and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
On Tuesday, March 23, 2021, that is barely 24 hours ago, management of the Ghana Institute of Journalism issued a directive indicating that students who had registered for courses beyond the given date are supposed to defer their course to the next academic year. This news has not been met well or greeted well by the student body. And this morning, they are here at the old campus of the institute here at Cantonment to express their disaffection and dissatisfaction with the new directive. GhanaWeb TV, say it loud, we are here to speak to some of the students, to follow the news and bring you up to the beat update.
let's be circumspect in what we are doing. Relax. Let's relax. We know that the police do not understand our story. They have just heard a single side of the story. Kindly listen. Nobody would ask us not to be at our school. But again, we will do that without destroying any equipment or anything in the school. We have every right. We are not demonstrating. These are the same students who come to school every day. And those same students have come today and have to meet our management. So please, let's be careful in what we do. I'm coming. So we currently have a meeting. A meeting is ongoing. Relax. I am promising you that our petition will be here today. They have no option. But we must not spoil our case. So let's remain very careful. I'm coming. So please, let's take our time. All our legitimate. We have no camp. We will wait for that. Want to listen to us? We would wait for that. Now, while we do that, we will ginger ourselves.
We wouldn't like
exactly. We will not destroy anything. No vandalism. We have in the next 10 minutes, we will receive a feedback from that meeting.
that we are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere.
We don't have to write to the police that we are coming to school. The police has no need to write to anyone. We are not writing to anyone. Never. I have to continue else. Got tired of an oppressive regime. Only 19 people succeeded in toppling that government. When the people of Ghana got tired, it did not have to take all Ghanaians. In fact, there were Ghanaians who were supporting colonization. So we are not surprised if fellow students are not supporting us. But we know and we have the greatest conviction that as we stand here, we will find the right path. In finding that right path, we need to be careful. We are not here to demonstrate. We are here to present a petition to our school. We are here as students who always come to school to meet our school. If the school is afraid of the student it has admitted, then they are cowards. If the school cannot meet the students, if the school cannot meet the students, it wrote a communique to, then that school is in trouble. This school has taught us PR. This school has taught us the power of dialogue. This school has taught us the power of negotiations. And we have they have failed to do what they have taught us. But as students here, we would remind them of everything they have taught us. Nobody will threaten us with grades. Nobody will threaten us. Today as we are here, I know there are a lot of people who would have wished to have been at work, who would have wished to have been home doing the assignment. But this struggle we are on is not a useless struggle. And so I'm updating you that even in that meeting, when we got here this morning, we realized that there were almost 20 policemen. And we are saying that, what kind of school is this? If you teach communication, and then you send a communique to your students, and then your students say, we don't understand, we are bringing you petition. The most logical thing to do is to send a member of management. You can send the rector, you can send the registrar to come and meet us and say, what is our concerns? But GIJ fails to do that. GIJ brings a policeman. We want to remind the police that their job is to be on the side of the oppressors and not the oppressed. If the police chooses to be on the side of the oppressor, we will treat them as oppressors. And we do I'm being alerted that we need to speak in Chitu. Because this message must reach everybody. In this revolution, my tree will be very scattered, but forgive me. The people who can see and feel our anger can see the genuine anger in us.
Yes, so we have with us one of the student leaders here. Your name, please?
Yeah, I'm Joshua Numu Agbenu.
What has happened since yesterday and today? And have you made any progress as student leadership in trying to get your issues resolved?
I think after today, we should see the progress that we've always been looking for. Because just yesterday, management released a communique to the student body that persons who had made late payments were to defer their program, which means that if you are in level 400, you need to start again from level 300. If you are in level 300, you go back to level 200. And I think that is extreme, that is unhealthy on their side, because of course, if there is any issue as such, you should be able to communicate to students ahead of time. You should know that in a health crisis of COVID-19, there are, of course, people going through, financial crisis, financial constraints here and there and all that. And so the best thing to do is to, of course, give that flexibility in payment of fees than to, of course, just come just days to exams and then say that persons who made efforts to even pay after the deadline have to defer their program. I think that is unfair and that is really unhealthy on the side of management. Just after this health crisis of Corona and all that, we still had an increment in fees. And upon all of this increment in fees, you still come back to say that persons who are making that effort, have to defer their program and then go back to start all over again. I think that if those persons are making that effort to even pay, what you can do is to grant that flexibility and allow them to write exams. If there should be any rule as such, I believe that it should come ahead of time and be, geared at another academic year, and not to say that you are just slamming this thing into their face here and there. It is rather bad.
So today, what are your demands this morning?
All we need management to do is to rescind their decision, is to kick back this particular communique that has been released from them, and then of course grant students who have not been able to register that opportunity to do so.
Has management granted you any form of audience?
As we currently speak, we have 3 student leaders in a meeting with the rector at the new site, Jowulu campus, and we are just hoping that something positive will reap from that particular meeting. That is all we are seeking for.
Have you had any feedback yet?
We haven't had any feedback yet, but I think in 30 minutes to an hour we should do. And if the feedback is of course not positive, we are not stopping today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why are you here today?
I paid a fees of 3,100. Initially, I was paying 2,200. Management says they feel my parents have more money. Because of that, they've increased my fees by 900 Ghana cedis, amounting to 3,100. I paid that fees late, 5 days to examination, and the management is telling me that I should defer the program because I didn't meet the deadline. We paid a penalty of 500 Ghana cedis. Before even getting the access. Now 5 days to examination, you are telling me I should defer the course. Come back again and then come and pay the same 3,100. Sabi. It's my father, the Minister for Finance. It's my father, the Speaker of Parliament. It's the President, my uncle.
So your demands?
My demands is they should stop what they are doing. It's not fair. They are not being fair to the students. You increase fees. We try to petition you. They pay deaf ears to our plea. This time around, you are telling us to defer a course, defer a program. Once we've paid the fees, now there's only one thing. Either they allow us write these exams peacefully, or they return our monies back to us. From the monies I paid from my first level 100 till now.
What they need to do is to rescind from their decision, asking students to pay their fees to defer to the following year. For them,
GIJ is being inconsiderate with the students. Since last year, when COVID came, a lot of schools have even reduced school fees.
Yes.
They have put in measures to make sure that the students are comfortable. Even when we sought to online lectures, they gave them free data. GhanaWeb promised giving us free lectures from free data from level 300 up to now. We've not received. We are getting free data from our pocket. Then on top of it, I should remove my mask. Then on top of it, you increase the fees. No problem, we pay. People manage to pay. How they struggle to pay, you have no idea of it. Then for you to come and say that because they paid late, you would defer them. Like does it make sense to them? Because we've been taking all their rubbish in, we've just been taking it as obedient students. So they think they will step on us this time. No way. We will not allow them.
Demands.
Our demands are that they should allow the students to write the exams. All the students they want to defer. No deferral. They should write the exams. They should give us free data. In fact, they should even refund our money, some of our money, because we are not using utilities. We sit in the house and buy our own data.
How about you? Concern?
I know I've spoken enough. I've spoken enough.
You've not spoken to me.
I've spoken
to me.
No.
What are your concerns?
No. Affected students register and then write the exam. That's all. That's all we seek each other and make sure that justice is served.
The justice is that.
And the justice is that they should open the portal, let the affected students register and then participate in the exam. To defer that, I mean, like the whole program, look at all the stress that we've gone through. They should pay the fees again and
Listen.
Our management is just they are insensitive.
Be very mindful of the words that you use. Be very mindful about the words that you are using. Other than that, you have yourself to blame.
I was only expressing my feelings to the world. I never insulted anybody. So, are you ready? Okay, so we are here as aggrieved students of the fact that...
Oh, you are an old student and you find yourself here this morning.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, so I'm here again because I saw the communique myself, and a lot of students also called me to explain to them, because I am still a master's student, I've not graduated yet, and I have, I'm a bit close to management, so sometimes they call me and I give them information. So when I read the communique myself, I saw that it was not communicating. It's very unclear. And speaking to a lot of students, you see that this is the first time they are hearing of such an arrangement. It's not something that they know, that if you pay your fees after the deadline, you defer your course. It's a new thing. And for management to bring that 5 days to, exam is something which I think is not good at all. And that is why students are responding this way. A lot of them are here, one, because they don't understand, what is contained in the communique. Two, because even if what is contained there is right, it means that it's coming at a very, unfriendly time. 5 days to, exam, and you bring this without any prior notice. It's just surprising. So that is why I'm also here to take their views and all that.
But your personal concern, what are your personal concerns about this whole thing?
Yeah, I'm with the students. I think that it's not the right time. This was not the right time to have released this. Again, because students were not aware that if I don't pay my fees after the deadline, I'm going to defer. If it was the case that students were aware that if they don't pay their fees, they will defer, then they will not have a case. You get it? But now they don't know. Because the previous arrangement is that if you did not pay after the deadline, the worst is that you will not take the exam. You will not take the exam for the semester. But for this to happen now, you see that it's something that has come as a surprise.
You mentioned how close your ears are to management. What are you picking up?
So right now, a group of students are with the rector as we speak to negotiate, as it were, or to try to resolve the issue. Management has moved from here. So even if students are allowed to enter, nothing will happen. The whole management is at the new site. So the students are there now as we speak, and they called me. I gave them a few tips on how to approach if they go to the negotiation table. And I think that something positive will come out.
So here at the Ghana Institute of Journalism, old campus here at Cantonment, the number of students gathered here, beside all the number of demands that they are making, they are ultimately asking the authorities of the school to rescind its decision, asking students who actually registered for their courses beyond a certain date to defer their course to the next academic year. And they are very hopeful that within the next few hours, a positive communique comes from management of the school after engaging with the rector and other management officials of the school. This has been said loud on GhanaWeb TV. Stick and stay for all your authentic news content. Reporting from the Ghana Institute of Journalism here in Accra, George AEC.
Our fees was increased even during this COVID era, and we made petitions. The management paid their ears to our petition. We came to school just for about two or 3 weeks face to face. Then we were asked to go home for online. No data, no incentive for online course. University of Ghana gave its students data. NAFT gave their students routers. We were giving nothing, absolutely nothing, to fend for ourselves. Each one for himself. We should go and find data and do online class. We didn't say anything. Now a week to exams, they are telling our colleagues who paid after deadline, who hustled. They don't even know where they got the money to pay. They should go home and defend their course. Why? We are not going to. You don't need the money. We are all writing the exams. We all graduate together. That is why we are here.
Thank you. So yes, those are some of the students expressing their sentiments, and the sentiment, as you've heard, cuts across. They are demanding just one thing: management should rescind its decision and the directive. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, where we are bringing you authentic news. We are giving people the platform to express themselves on relevant matters of society.
Back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. So guys, I am currently in KJT at the Kumasi Zoo. Whenever you go to Accra Zoo, they always tell you all the animals are in Accra, all the animals are in Kumasi, all the animals are in Kumasi. And so while in Kumasi, why not take opportunity to see the animals here? And we paid 10 cedis at the reception. They said this zoo is a self-toured zoo. So, I mean, it comes with no tour guide. You're on your own while you're here. And so I'm seeing the animals for myself. So yeah, let's go right into the video.
You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go. You got to let it go.
The animals in the zoo are not tamed. This is a peacock, and we have some rabbits here. Oh, they're so cute. Okay, so we have here a camel. The first time I saw a camel was in Dubai. This looks huge. Guys, meet my new friend. Hi, cutie. Oh, it's almost the same height as me, alright? And this is an ostrich. And there's a peacock ahead. Oh, she's way ahead here. I hope you guys can see her. She's so cute. Since there are no tour guides, we don't even know their names. It's so cute. Drink your water. There's another one coming. And we are currently seeing a crowned eagle. here. Oh, look at him, he's smiling. I know, the way they are very strong. Reggie! Now we have to look for him. I think because it's in the afternoon, most of the animals are hiding. But I've seen some 2 tortoises. I'm now looking for the dwarf crocodile. Doesn't look like there's any sign of him here. They're so cute. And there are more other species of birds here too. Top of their head looks so cute, like a crown. Wow. West African crocodiles. Let's just pray that they are not sleeping because it's about 2 p.m. Most of them are sleeping. There's one under. Guys, look closely. There's one sleeping here, right here. I don't know if you can see. This looks like a baby eagle. Yeah, and there are more species of monkeys. Okay, this is called the green monkey. Come here. We are currently going to see the crested porcupine, and this is how it's supposed to look like. Let's see if we can find him. Oh, can't find him. Oh, here he is. Look at him in there, inside this hole. And there are some ants here too. Wow, that's a turtle in there. Look at him right here. Oh, there's another one swimming. Wow, wow, he's coming to me. Yeah, he's coming to me. Oh, this is sweet. Baby crocodile. African rock python. And you can see him here. That's a very huge python. Just look at here. Just look closely. He's sleeping. Look who we have here. A baboon. Immediately this guy takes the camera. Wow, look at him. Look at his brother. They are having sex. Look. Wow. He's coming. No. He's coming. He's not coming. Guys, look at this. This is a threesome. Look at this. Ah, he's coming. Wow. Wow. Nigga is coming. Look at his mouth. Look at this. Guys, I don't know why Lori is so excited. Lori, why are you excited seeing the tortoise doing the do?
I went to Akazu,
right?
And I saw them doing it. As in turtles. We stood there for 3 hours hoping they would separate. And they're still doing it.
Doing it 3 hours?
Yeah. They are doing it for hours. And I come back here and ask Kumasi. I feel like God is really telling me something.
Guys, at this point, they are not even shy of us. They are still doing it. Hey! Monkey looks lonely. He doesn't have any friends. How are you? Fine. But this looks like some fluffy fowls I don't know what type of birds they are, but they look like regular chicken you see in our houses. Look at them. If you guys know this type of chicken, let me know. I don't know if it's a chicken or a bird or a fowl, but they look really different. Wow. Papa's monkey. They have longer legs. These are the ducks. Guys, I talk to animals, you know. You see, he's responding. Currently seeing a donkey. I saw a lot at the Safari Valley the last time I visited. We are currently going to see the chimpanzees. Baby! Look at the way he's carrying the baby. Seeing the lion, but they are currently caged. They look so cute in there. I don't know if you guys can see. So we are so lucky. Let's see.
What about the male? No. The male. So you have 2 people. Okay. Because yesterday they said that.
Where are they going to feed him? Right here. So we should pass the bag.
So I mean, yes,
we are so lucky. Right on time. It's time for lunch. Wow, they're so cute in there. Look at them. Look at them, they are coming out to eat. Wow.
Okay, the mother just wanted to be outside.
She's not too hungry.
Like the man said, they fed them.
The babies are so cute. Wow. He's so huge. This is the male. Wow. It's time for lunch. Did you just see how he grabbed the lunch? It's time to say goodbye to all the animals we saw here. And so yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed your time being here with me. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here. So I think I expected more than I saw, but yeah, for the fact that the lions here are way bigger than the ones in Accra, yeah, they are feeding them well here. And I was expecting to see an elephant, I was expecting to see a zebra, but I didn't see. So yeah, I'm a little disappointed with that. But all too soon, this is the end of this video. I'm so tired. The next thing is to just grab some fufu. And so yeah, let's go guys. see you on my next episode.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
My advice to the motorists, pedestrians, drivers on our roads today is to be patient. Patience. Even the Bible says, let patience have its perfect work, that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing. If you have patience on our road, be patient enough to cross the road when you're about to cross. Be patient enough when you're driving and you get to the zebra crossing. Be patient enough when you're using the motorbike, when you get to the traffic light. Be patient. Be patient on the motorway. When we are patient like that, we'll get to our destination safely and we will lack no one. We will lack nothing. We will lack nothing. No soul will be lost. No life will be lost. Don't let someone's divine purpose come to an end. Don't let someone die prematurely because of your impatience. Please, let's renew our minds and be patient. My name is Yaosiki. Do the right thing, save a life.
With us today is
Ghana's safest pair of hands at the just ended Africa Under-20 Championship. With us today is Ghana's safest pair of hands at the just ended Africa Under-20 Championship in Mauritania. That is Ibrahim Danlad. He is also known as Lagata. Today he will explain to us the meaning of Lagata as we've gotten him. Danlad, congrats and kudos to you guys for making Ghana proud and yourselves, at the competition. First of all, tell us, who is Ibrahim Danlad?
Actually, my name is Ibrahim Danlad. As you said, I'm from Sunyani.
Okay.
The brown of origin. My mother's name is Mamata Amadou, and my dad's name is Danlad Abu. I was born in Accra.
Okay.
I was grown up. My family just sent me to Sunyani when I was very young. So that is the place I just lived all my life. I played for Alakoso in Sunyani. That is a coast team. We have a second division. The same Alakoso, we have a second division called Sunyani Hamburg. So when we were playing for our coast, Buna region, some years back, our coast league have been some way. We don't play till the end. Always in the halfway, then we stop. Always our managers or my team owner now is there, the late Abu. He's going Abu. So he always tries possible to promote the young ones, even in early age, to the second division. Or the second division is for him. So he tries possible to promote us as quick as he wants. If you are performing, he just send you there to train with the seniors. For me, a good side of me is that I get the opportunity when Coach Bakwasi Fabian was doing his regional scouting in 2016. So I was selected during that time at Sunyani. So he's the one who picked me up from Sunyani, brought me to the under-17 camp. So after being in under-17, I was the number one over there. At the beginning, I was not the number one, but after our first game, I became the number one in our second league game against Cote d'Ivoire. So after qualifying the team to the AFCON, as Masters and Tikotoko just came in to just sign me, and a very good part of it is my coach or my goalkeeper trainer, Joba, was the goalkeeper trainer at Kotoko. So my manager decided that I have to be with that man so that he can develop me, because you know the kind of training that you just so I signed for Masters and Kotoko in their youth team, but he was training with the senior team because he was the goalkeeper trainer for the senior team in Kotoko. So I get the opportunity to train with Stephen Odro, Ahmed Adams, and the Sowa. And I quite remember the first day at training, they just scored me more than 100 goals because the feeling was very great seeing Stephen Odro seeing Ahmed Adams and stuff, because I was so excited and can't even perform. And after that particular day, my youth side coach, Apau, just called me, Coach Apau called me and he just spoke with me and told me that you have to be courageous. Sometimes that is how life is. When you meet big people, that is the time you have to cope so that you become a great player. So it helped me a lot getting that experienced players and that known popular players as them. And from then we came in to the AFCON, that is 2017 in Gabon. I was the number one as well. I helped the team to reach at the final. We were beaten by Mali by 1-0, and I was the overall best goalkeeper there too, because in all the games we played 5 good matches, and I consider only 1 goal in the final. It was a penalty I saved, and the rebound they just scored. I saved another penalty. It helped me to win the best goalkeeper award over there. But unfortunately for me, as for that event, they didn't give me any trophy as this one. From there, we went to the World Cup in 2017, and the same thing. I helped the team a lot because we played 4 games. Yeah, 5 games rather, 5.
Yeah.
5 games, and I considered only 3 and kept 3 clean sheets. That's not a bad, but you know, we lost it. We lost to the good side. That is Mali. They beat us there again, and we were out, and we came back. Coming back, I get the opportunity to go to under 20, just to study how the under 20, that is 2019, to know how in every level. What I believe, there is special things in each level that you are. When you are playing coach, you have kind of players you meet. When you are playing second division, you have kind of players. So the same applies to the national team. So that is for now what I've just get experience of. And at the 17 level, there's no much experienced players like, or let me say professionals.
Okay.
We are all local, so the attitude in football is different.
Sure.
Under 20 is in different level. When you go back to Kotoko, because they are too mature, it's different. So I always thank God that I just got a good development, because as a young child, training with experienced players and stuff, you know, it's a top up for me. After going to the under 20, I was the second goalkeeper over there. That is 2019, to just study how the under 20 atmosphere is. And we didn't make it to the World Cup, that under 20 squad. And we came back. After coming, I get the opportunity to go to under 23 camp 2 as well in Egypt. That is 2019.
Yeah.
I was part of the team. So after the under 23 team, I came back to the under 20 again. We went to Morocco, All African Games. So the development is there for me. So as for this award and stuff, it's not anything that is surprising to me. Because I've get the much opportunities to get that experience. So I'm very happy that God have just blessed me with that mind or that intelligence to win this award.
Now let's come to the under 20 championship in Mauritania. Going into the competition, yes, you guys won the waffle in your zone, and I mean there were few, critics or people were a bit skeptical about the team, the core of the team. I mean the quality in the team. That, well, yes, they've won their waffle zone, but going into the African Championship, can they make us proud? There were those who were thinking along that line. You yourself, at the point, captain, goalkeeper, number 1, what was going through your mind? Some of the players who were assembled, what were you telling yourself that, yes, we've won the waffle, going into Africa, we are going for the ultimate, but obviously we know it will not be easy. What were you telling yourselves, among the players?
Actually, being the experienced player in the team, I always believe in myself, 1. Secondly, you have to believe in the team or the player that you'll be playing with. You are the one to know their qualities and know how you help each other to help the team, so that we can achieve, or we can all together, we will just achieve something for ourselves, or make history for ourselves. Me particular, you know, this team, even though we are not playing well, but we have the winning mentality. Because any day when even the game is not even going on well with us, we will try our possible best to win the game. And you know, all these guys here, I'm telling you, the future is very bright. I'm boldly saying this because whenever you are like talking to them as a meeting, they all listen to you and they understand it, because you are the one behind them. You are the person to see their mistakes, and whenever you tell them, they are ready to cope. And as for that, or every player who always do that, helps him a lot. So me particular, I was having that feeling and believing that we will win the ultimate, and we just did.
There were nervy moments at the competition, especially losing against Gambia. This same side you met them. Going into the game, obviously the mentality, the approach was different. But again, the playing body. Yes, you have that winning mentality, but obviously it was very tough.
Yes, it was very tough, but we as the players was not tough because in that group stage game we had 4 points. We were at the top, and the mentality that we went in that game was different from this one because we knew that no matter what, even when we lose 100-0, we have qualified.
Okay.
Before that game, so the approach was something else. Like match we did. We can't even score a goal and to equalize and score us. No, but because of that mentality. But when we just enter into that knockout stage, we know. As for this game, when you don't win, you are out. You don't have any option. But that other game, we had the confidence that we have another option that we can go in. So it's not that we were a little. I won't say complacency, but the mindset was different from when we met them in the group stage.
So, which game would you personally describe as the toughest for you at the just ended competition?
I can say against Morocco. One and against Cameroon, because Morocco, even though it was in the group stage, but we're having because we watch them when they play, and we can see how they are playing moves and stuff. We see they are a very good team, and you can see they didn't concede any goal before they were out of the competition. So after them going out, we were having the hope that we can win. And against Cameroon, because we lost against Gambia. It's like it made it a little bit shaky, and so I think only that 2 games was.
You've gathered that experience over the period, and in Ghana, I mean, your coach said it prior to the start of the competition. That progression from under 17, 20, 23 Black Stars has been a problem. As a young and upcoming goalkeeper from under 17, you were there, you are now with under 20s. Obviously, you are aiming for the bigger shot, that is the Black Stars. What sort of advice will you give to officialdom to make sure that we stick to that progression with regards to the development of these young teams? Talk of the Black Stars, the Black Starlets, the Black Satellites, Meteors, and to the Black Stars.
Okay, the only thing I can say, I'm now an example for them, and they know. Even I can say, even the day you and Co too are also an example. I will wish, and even now, after playing under 17, going to 20, I met a lot of my colleagues in other countries who were playing. So you can see in other countries they are also doing the same, like promoting from 17 to 20. And when you do that, at least you have the teamwork. But sometimes I will never blame, or I will not blame them too much, because sometimes, after playing the under 17, some of our guys, maybe some will just travel and stuff. Maybe for them coming back will be difficult or something, and so they should try their possible best. At least even half of the team, if they can even promote half of the team to the next stage, at least they will gain experience. So before they will reach to the Black Stars, there is nothing to fear. So I will just plead with them that they should give us that opportunity or that chance, that they should promote us from stage to stage, and definitely for some years to come we will make Ghana proud.
You've won several accolades, as you rightly mentioned, right from your beginning stages. Winning this award, best goalkeeper, they just ended on a 2. How is the feeling like?
It's great. It's great. It's always great when you plan something and it comes to pass. And this is not the only thing, or I won't let this to be an end. I'll try my possible best to continue with it. I have my diary, and in each and every tournament that I go, or in each and every match I play, I try my possible best to set a goal for myself. As a professional player, you have to, because my manager have let me know that Chipsa just told me that to be a professional player, you have a lot to do. So you have to get your jotter or some book, and always whenever you are going in for a competition or even a league, you have to plan or get your plan so that you can work towards it, and definitely you can achieve, because there is nothing achievable. And I can assure Ghanaians, I have a lot to give them. I know some of them are worried me not getting playing time at Kotoko, but I always have a word to say. playing like you playing always doesn't make you a better player. A better person is a person who even gets one chance and utilize. Everyone can see what I just did at Brekum Chelsea when I get the opportunity. 5 matches clean sheets in the league. It's a record, but people don't just recognize or just notice that. But as for me personally, I have it in my book. It always motivates me a lot. Being a young goalkeeper, keeping for a Premier League, and also meeting tough or great three teams in Ghana in a way. Keeping clean sheets continuously as good Kotoko is not easy. As a young child doing all this, so it tells you how I always do my things. It's not me getting the playing. Always sometimes you have to learn playing for.
So you are not bothered not getting much playing time.
I'll feel bored or I'll feel very bad when I get the opportunity and I don't utilize. That is when I'll be disappointed. But for me not getting the chance, I trust and believe my time will come. Allah always have plans for everyone. So if you wait and prepare, definitely when the time comes, you just deliver.
So as it stands now, are you still staying put with Kotoko, or there are options of a loan move, another loan move?
Yes, I'm in Kotoko right now, but I and my manager are planning to do something else. So soon we are still talking, and I think everything will be fine.
Are we likely to see Ibrahim Danlad with Kotoko in the second round of the Ghana Premier League?
Inshallah, what Allah says.
We will be wrapping up very soon, but let me find out from you, where did you get that name Lagata, and do you know the meaning of Lagata?
One of my sister gave me in Sunyane.
Lagata.
Yes, and I'm a guy. When I'm in camp, I'm always the funniest guy in camp.
Yeah, I know.
Because as a player, you have to, or let me as a goalkeeper, you have to get a good terms with your players, so that whenever you are telling the person something, you are serious. You know you are serious. When you are joking, you know you are. So these are some tips some of my coaches just gave me, and it's really helping me. But when you want if you have a good defenders, you actually get your aim or your targets. But if you don't have a good defender, no matter how good you are, you can't achieve what you want. So you have to get a good communication, a good relationship with your players, so that you can achieve. So I just sat down after my sister just gave me that name Lagata. I sat down and said, Lagata, it sounds very funny, because it was a movie. It was a movie. I was not watching that movie.
Okay.
But it was a movie. So just how I was very funny, It says there is a man in that movie called Chacharas. Okay. But in my hometown, I was having a nickname that is called Chachas. Instead of calling my dad, I was calling him Chacha.
Okay.
And so they just use that to they named me Chachas. So my sister just told me that you are in a movie called Lagata, so they call me goalkeeper Lagata. Okay. From the beginning I was not happy, but I sat down and said, this name sounds very funny, and whenever you find yourself and you mention that name, people will just like you. And as a footballer, you have to make your fans very happy. So I decided to just choose that, and from that moment I choose that, and then I get the opportunity in the national under 17. So I think the name has just really helped me a lot.
As I said, we will be wrapping up very soon, but I checked the meaning of Lagata, which meant a stray cat. Yes. So I was thinking probably you are a cat in the goalpost.
That is how some people, but the real fact was because of that. That is why. But I didn't even ask him a lot, because we the Muslims mostly we are not too educated when you are talking about those poor homes and stuff. So that my sister is not too educated, and you don't know that even that is the
meaning of Lagata.
Yes, but later some people just explain to me, but truly that is not how I guess.
Okay. Where do you see yourself in the next 3, 4, 5 years, Ibrahim Danlad?
Inshallah, I want to play in Europe.
Okay.
Always I'm a guy, I want to set record for myself. I want, after like hanging my gloves or hanging my boots, I want to be a legend as well. And to be a legend, you have to set a record or match records for yourself. So I want to play in Europe.
Which club? to be precise?
For now, as a footballer, you can never choose a team.
No, but you support a team in
I
Europe.
support Manchester United.
Okay.
But you can't say I'm supporting Manchester United.
But it will be a dream come true for you to play for Manchester United.
Yes, as for that, and because I think there is no Ghanaian have played for Manchester United, so it will be a dream come true when I play for Manchester. So that I will become the first Ghanaian player to play in Manchester United. And it's not only playing sake, but to set record, maybe winning some cups and awards over there, and also winning the African Best Player Award as well, and much more. So we are just praying to Allah to give me that blessing and grant me that long life to achieve that.
There have obviously been down moments in your career as a player. Can you walk us through some of these down moments you felt, this is what people are saying, though I know it's not true, but it has really gotten to me? When were some of these down moments that you faced?
Once in my life, when we went to India at 17, when people were just putting an allegation on me that my age cheating and stuff, I was feeling very bad. Because not feeling bad for the people who were just saying, but where the story was coming from was my own country. Because some of our media men was even tagging me on Facebook about that age cheating. I felt I was just fighting for my nation. So why will my country will just fight against me? And even that day, it's even affected me against the game against Mali. Because I was very down. As for that moment, I was not much experienced like now. By now, I've read things, and even Neymar always say, as a footballer, you face critics. So now I've seen it's part of the job. So as for now, it doesn't worry me. Who knows me knows that lad is real.
Finally, with this feat that you guys have achieved, would you say some section of Ghanaians were not fair to, the playing body, the technical team, because most Ghanaians did not give you guys that dog chance to go all out and win the ultimate. Though you also had your targets that we are going there to win. From Wafu, your zone, going into the African Championship. Not many Ghanaians gave you that chance, but here you are.
Even if they were supporting us maybe in some way, we would not be in this situation right now. So as a footballer, I believe in critics, or sometimes if you don't have against, you can never succeed. So I think it's those who just did that even motivated us a lot to achieve. So I will never blame anyone. Maybe they even rather helped us a lot.
Any message for your fans out there?
The only thing I can say to each and every one, we thank everyone for their prayers and support that they have been giving to us from day one. May Allah bless them and grant them long life to see more of these things. We promise them that this will not be an end. We will try our possible best to achieve more, to make them proud. Always we will make them proud. So we promise them we have more for them, so they should keep on supporting us.
Will you be surprised to get a call up into the Black Stars in the next coming days?
I can say yes.
You will be surprised.
Yeah, surprised, because even though I've won overall best goalkeeper, but yes, I'm learning. I was saying earlier on that every stage have its own experience or its own character that you just go towards. But for now, if I get the opportunity, fine, to help me, because I can go there and feel that atmosphere. So anytime that like my time will come, it will be easy for me, and it will even help the nation as well.
Thank you very much, Daniel, for your time.
Thank you.
Aroyo mbele ya kile nyawa fe mefi ya me ya fe mecho monji bona aka babara fe mabu bola amo sora ke nyini kaka magere kwa mko vinye ku kuma kola ngale kwa mko to kuma sisi akata vi kuma chona kile ka kwa polisi ko babe Man of my family work with. Okay.
Interview de like konya interview.
Your boyfriend. She have been finished na kata le na pia.
Pero me nene ke o papel.
Just want to. Well, I have a GSS. I have those people.
Okay.
Ìṣìfẹ́ntọ́ yà wù lọ, yàgò ní mìíràn yàtọ̀, ọlọ́mọ dára gbà. Ṣé o ní mìíràn yàtọ̀ lọ? Ẹbí àyàfíàntọ́ yà wù yìí, yàbí àgàgẹ̀ lókwe, gàgẹ́ máa mọ̀ lọ́ọ́ yà kẹ́pọ̀. Ẹgbẹ́ à, bí àti òye lókwe, tí o tọ̀mọ̀tẹ́ lókè, tọ̀kẹ́ tó àgẹ́, máa bẹ́ẹ̀ òkú gbọ́, ta àwọn ètò hospital.
So behind me here is the house where Kafi was allegedly murdered by her boyfriend Jay Dodoye yesterday. I actually entered the house, but there was no one to speak to. Earlier today, we met the mother at the whole teaching hospital where the guy is currently receiving treatment and the boy also, the lady also at the morgue. She indicated that the daughter has been dating this guy for the past 6 years, and then she's not aware such incidents would happen. So therefore, she's appealing to authorities to commence investigation into this development for justice to prevail. For GhanaWeb, Albert Uzo.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. You are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you. And your FEC has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
The total embodiment of what he has done in his life from the time he was born and brought up near Kaneshi First Light to when he used to go for holidays at Wenchi with his father, to his siblings, the Venerable Bafwa Jan here, his sister Mavis as well, who he mentions copiously in the book, and his family, his mother who he talks about so much, his father who didn't talk much but was always present at home, and everybody else, all the way to his time at Liberty Professionals, to when he went abroad, his experiences there, to Italy, to France, to England, Sunderland, and then when he had his Arabian adventure before he went to journey to the West, to the land of China as well. I'd like also to call on Asamajan, the man of the moment, to give us a short speech. Asa, it's your turn, please, to speak.
Good afternoon. I give glory to God for how He has brought me.
my warm appreciation goes to my family, especially my big brother, Bafojan, who has been the bedrock of my football career. He has mentored me since my childhood, have achieved greater heights by standing on his shoulders. He has definitely been my inspiration. For supporting me. I also thank the president of GFA, Mr. Kraku, Freedom Jacob Caesar, Anoche, alias Gulari. One guy who has supported me since my childhood, Coach Opeli. Mr. Samuel Limado, he has been my manager since. Very, very emotional guy, but. And all dignitaries who are present. My team has done an amazing job on this book. Indeed, this book is not just about details of my life. It goes beyond that. It's also a book for the youth, for Ghana football, and everyone who inspires the greater heights. I'm looking forward to the book and activities which will be lined up, and I hope to see you very soon. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
You see what a good school does to you. Flawless, no mistake. Proper cracker boy. Thank you, Asa, for that as well. When you come to Ghana and you are calling on the custodians of Ghana football, please, the number one is the one and only. Keto Kraku, please. Just a short speech about Asamoah Gyan. Yes, please.
I am blessed to have found myself on this day to be part of a project to celebrate somebody I have never seen. I'm speaking about his kind in this country. Asamoah Gyan, in my opinion, is the best sporting icon of all time. I am sure this will be the headlines. People will speak about this, but it is the opinion of Kurt Edwin Nana Kweku Simeon Okraku. It is my opinion. He is the best sporting icon Ghana has ever had. How old is Ghana? Okay, go to the records. As a scorer, top. As a leader, top. As an entrepreneur, you can't compare. As a boxing promoter, you can't compare. As a producer of water, you can't compare. African girls, they be. As a musician, you can't compare. As an estate developer, you can't compare. Okay, you're trying, but you're not gotten there yet. Okay, but when we speak about an icon called Asamoah Gyan, he belongs to a certain class of a sporting personality. At the club level where I watched him play, Liberty, he made the headlines. I'm sure you've forgotten, but at least I can remind you that in 16 games, he scored 10 goals for Liberty. He scored in Udinese, in Udine. He scored in Modena. He scored in Run. He scored in Sunderland. In the UAE, in Shanghai, in Dubai, in Turkey, in India. In Lagos cities, he has scored. He scored against the Black Stars. Is it not true? Okay. So, when I speak about a special sporting icon, this is exactly what I mean. Again, we speak about people who have represented our proud country at the highest level on the African continent. AFCON, I think he's been at the AFCON on 7 unprecedented times, unless I'm mistaken. Can we clap for him, please? He represented Ghana in the Mondial in 2006, in 2010, and in 2014. 3 times. In 2010, he was the BBC African Footballer of the Year. He made it to the CAF Team of the Year on numerous occasions. The UAE Pro Scorer of the Year, the top scorer of the year. 2011 to 2012, 2012, 2013, 2013, 2014 football seasons. And captained our Black Stars, I'm sure, in 2013 to 2020. Can we clap for him again, please? Okay, so I have intentionally taken all of us through this pathway. And that would inform us as to what to expect in this all-important book that is coming up. This book, I don't know who muted the idea, but the person should be blessed. Because people come and go. In our local dialect, we say they come and go tra-la, like that. Okay? And they don't leave the lasting legacies that would encourage other people, that would help other people to also achieve that target of envy, and that will encourage other people to aim into being like who he has been. But fortunately, Team Asamoah Gyan, as usual, is always a pace setter. They've set a pace again to put this team together, to put this book together, and to ensure that generations unborn will come and know what happened when we were alive. Team Asamoah, congratulations. This is a book that the president of our country would want to read. This is a book that the Speaker of Parliament will want to read. It's a book the Vice President will want to read. You see the hierarchy, even though I missed one step. It's a book that I would want to read, and perhaps I'll compete to be the first owner of the book. I will not want to take the position of the chairman on that day. But it's a book our brothers, our parents, our sisters, our kids would want to read and must read. So if you leave these premises, take the message out of this hall, and let's start people, and let's make people to start expecting the book. It's a book that must make the headlines, and that will make the headlines if all of us take this message out of this very event. Okay? Because even though I've not seen the book, I've not seen the content, but Asamoah has seen a lot. And Asamoah is in the book. You want to know Asamoah? You want to know why he sang that song, African Girls the Bee? It will be in the book. Asa, is it not in the book? It's in the book. Because he's not taking an opportunity to explain to us why he thinks that African Girls the Bee. Or are sexy like cheese. You know, I was surprised he didn't speak about the European girls. You know, but it will be in the book. Okay? In the book, he will speak about boxing, he will speak about being an entrepreneur, he will speak about this. This book will be special. Asamoah, I can't find the right words to thank you. But I'm sure that at the appropriate time, the FA will thank you. At least I remember my 2 most important meetings with you when I took office. First in my office when you visited me, and when I also visited him. I remember our conversations, and I promised to stick with the conversations, the commitment that we have made, and to ensure that your legacy is protected in this country.
Thank you. So let's give a round of applause to him.
Thank you very much. Kurt Okweku said it all. It was a great speech. You have unveiled the true character of this legend. And growing up in Ghana, one of the things I realized is that we don't see the value of our legends. We only see their value when they are on their peak. That's when we want to get close to them. That's when we want to mention their name. But after their legacy, we don't seem to value that. What is legacy? Legacy is not the houses we built, all the cars we bought, or the football position we played. Legacy is the investment that we put in people, showing that we care for them, we appreciate them, that we love them. What they do for us contributes to what we have become. And I must say, Asamoah Gyan is a legend. I'm not the type that watch football so much because I thought it takes 2 hours of my time in a day and it costs me money. You see, I calculate my money by the time. And I like football, but I didn't get to watch it much. But every time I watched you, your skills and the way you play football reminds me of your name. The first 3 letters of your name says Asa. And you always had to dance with the ball. So I thought, you know, I thought he was the only legend that dances with the ball in Africa. And that is some great stuff. Ghana will always need someone like you. I'm very privileged to be a chairman here at the moment for this book. Not only would it replace the hope, but it will also take away the fear of people in Ghana who can't reach to their heights. So thank you for this book. Indeed, I've always stood in the awe of his brilliant performance and your personality. I am truly privileged to unveil the Asamoah Gyan Book Project, which has come to further cement its place in Ghana's football history. Wow. I would like to urge all of you to do one thing for me, and I would say please first, if all of you may stand with me so we can unveil this moment and then congratulate the iconic, Africa's iconic legend footballer of the decade, Asamoah Gyan. So, on behalf of myself, Ghana, the country, some youth and some of the people who have dreams to be like you in Africa, we would like to congratulate you, my friend Bolore, the chairman, the GFA president, your brother, all the football legends, the Black Star legends here, and Accra, the people of Ghana. Let's once more congratulate Asamoah Gyan. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
I think it will be a very difficult game. Seriously, because of the COVID, we will miss a lot of our great players like Partey, the captain, Jordan, a lot. But we have a lot of quality in camp. Workers is well experienced. I know he will control the guys. It will be a very difficult game, but I hope you can come home with a win or a draw. With a draw, it won't be bad. It will be a very difficult game, but you don't have anything because of the COVID. So let's see how the guys there will work for the nation and make things difficult for the coach to select footballers, because now a lot of the local players who we were crying out for every time will get a chance to be in the team. So let's see what happens. But I wish them luck, and what I have seen, I know they will make us proud.
very confident they're going to win the match. Very confidently. But football, one thing you can't predict. But if you are going to a game, you know you are going to win. So being outside, I know what the players can do. So I think and I believe they are going to deliver and win the game tomorrow, inshallah.
We are still talking safety on our roads with GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Today our guest is a veteran actress and media personality. She indeed was involved in a ghastly accident some years back, nearly claimed her life, but well, she's here today with us to tell us how it all happened and advise us on the way forward, staying safe on our roads. Our guest today is Nana Mama Brown. I like your smile.
Hello, dear.
2013, January, must have been hard.
Yes.
Tell me, how did it happen?
Wow. Okay, thank you very much. 2013, I had met my husband. It was like 5 months into our relationship. And I had to do a friend, let's say a favor. You know, when you're in this job, hand go, hand come. Okay. So I had to go and do a video for the group prior. At that time, the video had been rescheduled. So that night was a night I just had to finish. You know, it's like I'm getting tired of the job. I just had to finish. And I was going before from the house. It was just a lonely night. I was driving alone and my husband was like, then my boyfriend was like, oh, let's go together. So that let me drive you. I see that you're tired. Let me drive you. And then so that we can hurry up and we all come. Because it was late.
We were looking at what time?
We left home, I think, around 9 p.m. Okay. Yeah. So we got to the scene. We finished everything. And it was around 2 a.m. And we're coming home. Yeah. So me, I was just in the car, relaxed, at the front seat. And my boyfriend then was driving. That's my husband now.
Yeah.
Was driving. So there was a game I was playing on my phone.
Oh, you weren't even sleepy?
No, I was not sleeping. I was playing a tempo run. Then time nothing about. So, yeah. And I had a record on the phone. And he broke it whilst I was doing the video. So he was like, I'm breaking a record. You know how it is. Yeah. So on our way, I said, okay, let me break my record. And he was like, if you can break it, I'll give you $100.
Great.
I said, okay, don't talk to me, Masa. Don't distract me. Let's go. So we're just in the car. Once a while, I will respond to him. And then I'll just look at the road once a while. And then we go. And when we got to La Paz, long story short, when we got to La Paz, all I heard was, Amayewu. Yeah, because I was on my phone and he was just driving. So when he said Amayewu, and I just stopped. By the time I was just trying to look at what's happening, it was like a movie.
Everything happened so fast.
Yeah, everything happened like 5-6 seconds. Do you understand what I mean? It's like the action.
The sound of the impact and the
you know. I saw him going right, but you see, right at the main La Paz traffic light, there are taxis on your right, parked in front of the Las Palmas.
Yes, that's at it's very busy. And okay.
Yes, and a lot of people are in between the taxis and all that. We were coming from Achimota heading towards Malam Junction. So all I saw was a car coming from Abekan, the inside Abekan there now, into the main road. So, the traffic was on amber.
Yeah,
around that time, no. I don't know, it's a Ghana traffic light. I catch them say after 12 o'clock. Yeah, I don't know. I think that question should be answered. And it was on amber. So suddenly I saw a car into us.
Okay.
And my car, Max drove to the right side, but I realized, and I know that's how you also feel, that there are a lot of cars. If he goes there now, so he had to come back to the left and meet the car.
So he
Oh, who can? Or no, who can? Or correct. Inka, either say, you bet me a room la pass na ko board then be more or whatever. But right now, obet me a rat taxis ni mo. And yet can't one over say no. I believe Zenka will be home back. So he went down and then he came back. And then the Baba Kana who said, Kano. Kana be boy aside.
Not carbon and Amuchi, and then
which car? Range Rover.
Okay.
And so funny, Kana Opel Astra. Is it Astra? No, Opel Tintin Ibino. Omega.
Okay, part of the
Omega.
That's a strong one. That's a strong one.
Omega is a strong car.
That's a strong one, yeah.
So, Range Rover is a good car. But, to be honest with you, say a cost speed I am not driving.
So he wasn't even speeding?
No.
Between the two of you, when I was
speed.
Okay.
No credit I me pay speed. And yes, I me pay speed, say. Me kwa say but them no on se sebe sad no what ka papa mu a wait ya so kakra but we ana to be ana it say odo akwantu ngiti bi jolly ride be inti to be honest na speed in shada nim ni yakọ yet range of one ajo yakọ be 100 I think say no be do 80-100 more there no inti it was like a normal ride suddenly and then the car came. Inti ebe share sano na I think say of course say no ba say na e share na me side hoko ball main traffic light na.
Okay.
Main traffic me don't no ball main traffic light na. Me don't know. Inti a ball no na. You say can e jina be dia be bobo mu bia bobo kan ho. The windscreen kakra ties no baby papa I mean and I felt like the car didn't meet me. So
and this is what happened to you.
So me began to say, are you okay? And I said, yes, I'm fine. And he was moving. And then
even your condition, you were asking him what?
Because the car came from his side. And I said, but okay, I can talk. Let me see if he can also talk. It's I think adrenaline, so I asked him, are you okay? And he was like, I'm fine. Are you okay? So I was going to go, yes. And then I realized that
something wrong.
My hand is not coming.
You couldn't feel your arm?
No, I couldn't feel it.
The right one? This
one, yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I couldn't feel it. Me pushing on in my head, I want to bring my hand, but I feel like me try with the shoulder, but I'm not.
The arm itself is not.
The hand, the fingers, and all that. So I realized that I could share Range Rover no side, between the door and the seat, Means I could show.
It's not a lucky room.
It's not a lucky room. So I had to lean there and try and find it and bring it slowly, like this, because me page I know who say. Me bone no nyina pie.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Me bone no nyina hana pie na hana so abasa nti. Me elbow no me sana chia. So I had to bring it say na me pie bone no enye say na enti me bra.
Wasn't it painful?
And I'm sorry me. At that time anti pain.
It was still the blood rush.
Yes, anti pain because I as a drama. I just felt like it's not real.
I'm trying to picture the whole thing. Yeah. Seeing your bone and you're not going to arrange everything back into your arm.
Situation, That's how I felt. Like, let me save what I don't know. That's how.
That's what's going on in your head.
And me pushy bone say and I'm in Sanoba, and then I placed it like this, and I got down from his side. Because my side I bought traffic light, traffic light not chair. Kakra, into a damage, so I got down from his side.
Does that mean he had gotten out of the car?
He had gotten out. So I told nobody should touch me when I realized that my hand is broken before they struggle me out. And so I was like, I can come out. I don't know how it happened, to be honest with you. I was like, I can come out. I can me pra. So I came out from the side like this, I got down, I left my bag, everything, my phones, everything in it. And then I saw blood all over. So then a taxi driver pulled up. He pulled over to my side now. So I felt the pain after a few minutes. Like 10 minutes later, we got to Jolu, the railway at Jolu, Perez Chapel there. He was in speed, as in full speed, trying to save me. And that time, doctors got strike.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. So it was like the closest is 37.
Yeah.
You know, everybody will tell you what's good. So, from Perez Chapel is when I felt
the pain was not coming.
Dying. Hey, it's like mensano that were drum no be war, non-stop. Sweetheart, when you malaria, I mean supi now some bua.
That's a whole different.
Oh, there will be pre-malaria, but now it's too late. Born no bua, born no, ankasa bua. And I don't want to. I don't want to go through this again. But every day I go through it. You know why? Because not long ago I fell down again and I broke my arm. So I did a surgery about 3 months ago.
So it's something that has become a reminder. It's with you now.
It's life. It's with me as I speak. So I just did it 3 months ago. I fell down there. You know, at 37 they put metal. They screw, they join the bone, they screw, and the metal broke, the bone broke again, and I had to go and do refix. So they've done it all over again now. It's not strong, but what can you say? It didn't cut up. You didn't die. So it's painful, but you live with it.
From your narrative, I'm trying to find what may have caused the accidents in the first place.
What may have caused it? I don't know. Because we were driving, and somebody too was driving. And then your friend is saying, have you ever planned an accident?
That doesn't happen, but the traffic
unless it's a movie and then it goes wrong or it goes bad.
It doesn't go according to the script. So,
the traffic light was not working at that time.
So that could have been the reason.
So it's like every day, everybody has a right to go. And the man too, I heard, is a chop bar owner be inside the Abekan. There's a very much something.
The owner of the other car.
Yes, I believe he was also tired.
What? Okay, you obviously didn't see what may have happened to him. Yeah, his car. Did you see the condition?
His car was a mess too, got messed up, crashed. So after me, I didn't see him that night. Neither have I ever seen him. No, because me from there, I had to, the hospital admitted me for 2 weeks. And in between, I think family members were talking. They went to the police station, as usual. They had to tow the car to the police station. So they probably have met him there. But as long as I live, you know, you can't hold a lot of things for long. And what happened? We had to let it go. A lot of things.
8 years down the line. It's been 8 years, but
yes, 2013.
Yeah.
8 years was last month. Yeah, January 30th.
Okay, the dawn of January 30th. Would you have done anything differently now that you look at, when you play back everything that may have happened?
You see, you can't understand life. Oh, we all wish to live, but how? You can't control what is going to happen to you next. I don't think I would have changed anything, because I don't know. I say, so it's like a COE, you know. The only thing I could do is just wish that and see. I wish, Senka, I'm not in this situation, but I see. So it's just up to me to know that it has come to live with me. This is me. Nobody can understand the pain, where it's so uncomfortable, and how it has stopped me from a lot of things. I used to ride a bike I can't ride it now because the pain me cry. I'm afraid I'll fall again. You know. 2, I used to play long tennis. That's my favorite game. So now I have to. I was gonna go back and then I fell again. So I can't go back.
And I see even right now, your left hand is more vibrant than the right one.
Very much. The right one is there. You see, it's my work, so sometimes I would do a lot of things, but I know how I feel.
Okay. As far as accidents are concerned, what do you think Ghanaians and by extension authorities are not doing right to manage the situation?
You see, there are some common things that we all look at it. We don't say anything, or we don't even know if we have to say anything, or we don't even know who to ask, or probably we ignore. Something like this traffic light, that most of our traffic lights are always in the night on amber. Hence, our yellow thing is like everybody can go. Most of our traffic lights. I travel abroad, I don't see that. It works 24/7. And again, we don't have a system that there are a lot of, let's forget about my accident. There are a lot of things that happen on our road that but the name say say toll line no no obian few and I okay we will respond to them na and they won't habit to be a na I ignore.
So you don't trust the system?
No, what I mean is, what system? The systems are there, but once it's just like maintenance. If we don't keep maintaining or reminding ourselves, look, travel on the Accra Kumasi Road, and you see the number of cars. I say, see one more, dear, and I try na landmarks. Car say see her. You see, we don't have a system. Car say see kwansoa, which free ho. See, our system na beboa. Car dear, what the number one time to me? I say, you don't know where it will leave you, where it's going to stop, where it won't work again. So if we have that system, one, it will help. 2, most of our road signs are not working. Can be a boom ama edianis one so nitina chia. And so you say why a curve, and I'm the curve will be mistake boom untino. You bet no bio. Do you get me? A lot of potholes on our road and all that. Oh, you can't. But the only thing that drivers can do is just to be extra careful. You have to be the next driver's keeper. I have something, I'm not perfect, but it has worked for me. When I'm driving, I look beyond the next driver I'm behind. I look beyond.
Into the second?
The second, or probably the fourth.
Okay.
Because I know says a fourth no pop break ya. Ebe didi swaba. Obi ni mondi odi nechina nkasana. Or sheno. Me driver my ache. Me sure about 500 meters ahead. Na me who say me so sempese me call speeder. Me fa afa hesi edruha. Ote ase ye nyina ye bi. Enye se wo kona na fu se we nko na betimi asan no na ko na ko bo a punchy break or now. Do you understand? So I think we have to be the next driver's watchman. It helps. It helps. You can't be too careful.
I mean, you can be careful at your end, but
yes, somebody to her. But I think say careful now. Me 57 accidents no. Me jai sabe. In fact, I'm quite speed ko sabe. I can't cause a speed on that speed now. Say, hey, let's go. Hey.
So from here to junction now.
As I would take up once a while, any idea? Forgive me, but I think we should be careful. Any idea once a while, hey, my spirit, especially with the car, papa moi. Natural a flexica cranium, maybe. Yeah, but I think also careful. Na sure quite so ye. Na the next person's keeper.
Okay. Your final message to drivers and by extension all Ghanaians as far as road safety is concerned, and to feed into GhanaWeb road safety campaign.
Okay. Final message, dear. It's very simple. A sign, it can happen to everybody. What happened to me was not planned. Actually, in Kamekra, I'm planning because Minsana Ebuno, it is for life. I'm going to live with it for the rest of my life. And this is not what I want or I wanted. Intino, I will pray to God first of all to protect all of us. Again, I will plead with authorities that there should be more campaign. We are all here to stand as an ambassador if we have the support. Do you understand? We can't do it alone. So we need to let the campaign out the more. We need to speak about it. There should be everyday video about it. You should have ambassadors to people who are ready to talk, who are ready to remind ourselves. There should be videos. There should be videos around. Everybody has a mobile phone. And now I will be a sponsor. Now a quick thing, now be good phone. So whether you like it or not, you read it. There should be a way that road safety messages should go around like that. Again, our traffic lights. Me, I've had an experience with it. I don't know if it's we should accept it like that in the night. Most of our traffic lights are on amber. It's like everybody can go. Yeah, I don't know. But please, if it could be changed, if you can go to the regular traffic light system, red, gold, green that we all know. Yeah, it be one on the umbetram alright, but don't wanna be careful. So we should work on that. Again, if we can have a towing system that can help on our road too, it will help. Our road signs, most of them are the form. And I say, watch ya, and the and I say, you're ref, you know, a biwa car, bomb, and all that. Please, authorities, let's help us. Help yourself, make your job easier. Again, to drivers, in all this, the Akakan, you know, road signs, you are not careful, also a sign a bit to me at all. Into ye careful. Ya pam Kumasi Accra Road at Demua ko shoka won de nefa ko. But overtaking rough. Any ye kasa wo phone so na ye drive na ye send message ni ade no. Ye nyina every day ye bi. We can't be hypocrite. Ye nyina ye bi. Inti ye pa ye nyina ye ho cho ye njai. Ye nyina ye njai. Na ye nsre rade no mbo en ho ban. Corona ba ye ntumi Emfa a sign way in some account to hey 35 people fear death. Hey, Sabra for Miss Ropa in Timpacho. You're careful. Thank you very much for this opportunity, GhanaWeb. Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Nanama, thanks a lot for your time here. Wait, so this has been GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign with the Empress, veteran actress Nanama McBrown. My name is Lord Harisidwasari. Now, don't forget to send videos of some of the things that you may see as far as maintenance of the roads is concerned. Anything that you see about the road that you are not happy about, send it to our social media platforms. On Facebook is the GhanaWeb. On YouTube is GhanaWeb TV, same as on Twitter, the GhanaWeb. Do join us for our next one.
It is no news that Nigerian businessmen and women in the diaspora are thriving in their businesses. They have significantly contributed to the economic development of the countries they find themselves in. But do we know the challenges and the demands required for their businesses to thrive? So, Nigeria speaks to the owner of Homeland Restaurants to find more. Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Angela.
Okay. Please, when did you move to Ghana?
I came to Ghana 2011.
Did you come with the mindset of starting a business?
No, I came for working for someone. But along the line, I switched off to my own.
Okay, that's really commendable, I might say. I'm so proud of you that you've taken that bold step. So how was it starting the business? How was it in general?
Well, I started in a little before I moved to in a large like this.
Have you been in a situation where you had to take loans to start the business?
No. I've never taken loans. When the business was small, I have to continuously, like whenever I sell, I don't remove any gain or profit. I put everything into it for the business come up.
Okay, that's wonderful. Now let's talk about your space. Like you have a really good, serene space. How did you get this place for the business?
Well, it is God that it is by God's grace that I got this place, because here in Tinto Lane, it's not easy for you to get a larger place like this. It was God.
Did you get the help of fellow Nigerians in the country to get this place? Or who did you speak to? Did you have to pay anything? How much is the rent for this place?
Well, it's through Nigerian person I got this place. But the amount, will not be able to tell.
Okay, you don't want to disclose that. I respect that so much. I respect that. So now let's talk about your customer base. How many people come here averagely on a day?
I can't be able to count them. But what I know that whatever I cook here, or by grace of all finish, but I cannot be able to count how many people that come here. A lot of people come here to eat. From various places. Some people from Medina, they come here. Some people from Kaswa, they do come here to come and eat.
So you can say at least 50 people a day.
If you count it, it's up to 50 people.
Okay. So the people that come here, are they mostly Nigerians or Ghanaians or other African nationals?
Both Nigerians, Ghanaians, they come and eat here. Even sometimes I do have white people to come, they come here and come and eat. And eat eba for that matter.
Oh, you have eba? Wow, okay, I would like to taste that after the interview.
When you taste it, that means you'll be coming here every day.
Wow, that's nice to know. Okay, so what other food do you have?
I cook a lot of things. Like every day, I have everyday varieties. It's not what I cook today, I cook tomorrow. Like particularly today that you people came here, I have vegetable, egusi and okra soup, rice with sauce, pepper soup. Those things is available for today.
I can see that like you've kept your place really, really neat and you've obeyed the COVID protocols as well. Do you have extra workers here, like cleaners and all of that?
Well, I have some people that cleans here. Like this boy, he's one that take care of this place. Make sure that this place is neat all the time. And we too will obey the COVID-19 protocols, not like that.
Do you pay any extra taxes here? As a Nigerian working in Ghana, do you pay any extra taxes?
We do.
Tell me.
Like we do pay the one they call Amen. We do pay revenue. We do pay tourism. All those things we pay them.
Where do you see yourself, the restaurant, in about 2 years?
It's great. It's okay. We are seeing myself now than 2 years ago. But today is okay for me.
So do you regret starting and running a business in Ghana? Do you regret? And do you wish you could go back to your country, Nigeria, to do your business there?
I didn't regret. So even starting and ending, I didn't regret. And I don't wish to go there and stay and run my business. Because what I'm getting here is okay for me. I will not go to Nigeria and run the business there.
So given and granted, the working conditions here in Ghana is good?
Well, for the restaurants, we don't have condition like that, apart from this COVID-19. So they don't give us any condition. Condition is that we should make the environment to be neat, because they do go around to check if the environment is neat or not. So they don't give us any condition. Once you pay all those things I told you before, the tax, there's no more condition like that.
So we'd like to taste your food. I want eba. What meat do you serve? Which other meat do you have? Which other meat do you have?
We have meat, fish, chicken, and goat meat. That's a punchy.
Eba and fish. So if you could take us to serve us.
We still say a plate of food here. Like a plate of food, vegetable is 13 cedis. Egusi with other one is 10 cedis. That's how we sell. We say a plate of food.
So the average price is 10 cedis. 10 cedis, 13.
Yes, exactly.
So I wish I could buy more, but I have just 10 cedis. So please give me 10 cedis food.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see that she's serving the special Nigerian delicacy, egusi. So I'm going to try that for the first time. Let's see how it goes. So, according to Angela, a Nigerian setting up her business in Ghana, the conditions for her business to thrive are great. She pays taxes and all that as a foreigner in the country, but they are okay for her business. And she has customers who are not only Nigerians, but Ghanaians and other African nationals. I'm enjoying her food right now. This is eba and egusi stew. I can say it's really, really good. My name is Barbara Sinamboni, reporting for my Nigeria.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, But that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
That's how it's called in the Akan language. For Ewes, they call it Jonu. In Ga, it's known as Ashino. And here in Somanya, they call it Moi. So some people use it as a spiritual totem. Others use it during special festivals or for cultural display. Ladies would usually use this around their waist as an adornment. And for some people, it's just a fashion statement. So today we are looking at bead making and everything that goes into it from start to finish. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Amihagan. You can see some young men behind me working hard. That is the start of a whole process we are going to go into right after this break. Welcome aboard. Okay.
Yes,
okay. My name is Wanda.
My name is
Abraham Tete. Okay. So we came to visit you. We want to learn everything about what you do, beads making. So guys, we are speaking to Abraham Tete today. He's our guest on the show. And welcome back from that short break. So you start everything here.
Yeah.
The whole bead making process.
The baking process, we had the krobos that introduced the bead, grass bead.
glass beads?
The Krobos.
Okay.
They introduce glass beads.
Where do beads come from?
It comes from prehistoric peoples. They use it, but we came on it. They born it on us.
You came to meet.
We came to meet.
Okay.
That we don't know much about the prehistoric men.
I know there are different types of beads. Which one do you do?
We do the grass bead.
Okay. So which kinds of other beads do we have?
We have the stone beads, the seed one. That's all.
And then the glass one.
And the rubber one.
We have the rubber one,
rubber
as in plastic
beads.
Yes. But what you do is glass beads. Okay. So we'll be going around so that we learn the tools and then how you go about the process. Where are we starting from?
We are starting from how they pound it.
How they pound the glass. Okay. But where do you even get your glass from?
You get it from Kofoda, Accra. The broken bottles.
Broken
the
bottles.
Livers.
Okay. So just any glass material.
Glass.
Okay.
But we will use the store one.
So what goes into the breaking?
The breaking.
What do you use to break the
we
glass?
Use the mortar.
This tool is called the mortar.
The mortar.
So you just pound it like you're pounding fufu.
Yeah. So after pounding it.
But how smooth must it be before you move?
It will take a time, by 1 hour or 2. So after that, you sieve and get the powder one. Yeah, that's it. So after pounding, you sieve.
So this is what it looks like when you're done pounding.
We use this one, the powder one. We have the two types of baking the glass bead. We have the cutting one. That one, you no put any color on it.
Okay.
You cut in the shape you want. Then you fire it. Okay. Then you create a hole on it. But this one, after pounding, you sieve. Then you add the color, the sodium.
So you have different colors that you use?
Any color you want. So this is yellow.
You add it to the smooth
powder one. Then you mix it.
So because it's smooth, it won't cut you?
It will not cut. It's a powder one. After sieving, it will make a powder form.
Okay.
Additional, we finish.
So you're done with the mixing now?
Yes.
Whilst we are going to the oven, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But what types of beads do we make? I'm wearing one. This one is for dressing.
For dressing. That's the necklace.
Necklace. And then the bracelet.
The bracelet.
So which other ones do we have that you make?
We have the waist bead.
The smaller one.
The smaller one. That one, the white men who do it.
Okay.
But our own is the necklace with the wrist one.
So you don't make waist beads here?
Yes, we don't make them.
Okay. So after the
adding
of the color,
mixing of the color, we cut cassava stick. We cut cassava stick in order to make a hole for threading. You get it? If we make it raw, there will not be hole inside.
Okay, so you put the stick inside.
To create hole.
Okay. What is this thing called, by the way?
It's the mold.
Okay.
But you use clay.
So you do it yourself or you buy it?
Ourselves.
You do it yourself. So you use clay to mold and then you put the holes in yourself.
So after cutting the cassava stick, then you pour the powder into it.
Oh, okay.
If you want to do design inside, the designing process, we have two making. We have the making on it, and we have the making outside, designing outside. You get it? To design inside, you have the bottle, the tiny one. Oh, you create. outside the bead. There you add a designer color you want to appear on the surface of the bead.
Okay.
Are you getting it?
Yeah. So this is designing inside
the bead,
mold.
The mold.
Okay.
If you want it to be round, you can do it. So after that, then you put them on fire.
Okay. How many types of molds do you have?
The design you want to make it.
So I see the smaller one.
We have the round bead.
Okay.
And the straight one. We have the tiny one. We have the big one.
So the one I'm wearing, for instance, how was it made?
It's the same as this.
Okay, but so this is the round one.
Oh, the straight one.
This is the straight one. Okay, so we are going to put it in the fire.
You put it on the fire. You allow it to wait for 15 minutes to allow the stick to burn.
Okay. Then after that?
After that, then you fire it.
So this is the baking process?
The baking process.
How long does it take in the oven?
It will depend on the amount of fire you give them.
Okay.
Like 30 minutes, it will cake or it will bake.
Okay.
So, okay. Have you seen that it is hot?
Yeah. And it has formed
a color, a shape.
Yes.
So after this thought, it will be like a melting.
This thing you are using, what is it called?
Bodkin.
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 Okay.
Then you use the bodkin to create another hole inside. You get me?
You create another hole aside the one that the stick created.
Yeah. The stick, it bent. But when it will bake, the hole inside it will become contracted. It will come together, or smaller shape. So you have to expand it. That's why you use the bodkin.
Okay.
To make another hole or to expand the hole inside.
And then you press it.
You press it. The pressing, this one we want it to be round. That's why we press it.
So if you want it to be straight, you just leave it like that.
You leave it like that.
Okay. So Abraham, let's hold it here and take a quick break. We've been learning about the bead making process. He's taking us through a number of steps already. There's still more to come, and then we'll be having the conversation about who buys what, how expensive or lucrative this business is. We'll be right back. Do stay.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from that break. Thank you for staying with us. We are at Abraham's workshop here in Suminya, and we are learning all about bead making and the whole process, how we get our beautiful beads. This is still people and places. So I see a lot of fire. You mentioned baking. Doesn't it hurt you? There's smoke and the fire and everything.
It's hurt by the protection of God. But it's all good.
So how long have you been doing this, for example?
25 years now.
25 years with fire?
Yes.
Are you married? Let me just ask.
I'm married.
Okay. Doesn't it affect your health in any way?
Yeah, it doesn't affect.
It doesn't affect your health in any way at all. So you have children. Okay, that's great. So before the break, you were talking about baking and then cooling.
Cooling.
So the cooling will take about how many minutes?
30 minutes to 40.
And then after that?
You remove them for it
But
to wash.
sorry, before you go, you don't. This equipment.
It's a bar.
What is it called?
A bar.
A bar. What you use to pick the
bead.
Can I try one?
Yeah.
But how do you get the very last one out from the fire?
There is the iron rod are long.
Okay.
So you put it.
You push it back
push it,
and then remove it. Okay. So let's go to our cooled beets.
You remove them.
Okay. So these ones have been out.
They are finished.
Okay.
Finished food. They are the finished one.
Oh. All these ones are round.
Round. We are going to wash them. You put them on the sack.
Okay.
There you add sand.
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 Why? Why are we adding
to remove
sand?
the white. Have you seen that there is a white clay kaolin?
Yeah,
the clay.
The clay.
We have the
particles.
kaolin, the white clay. We use on the mold.
Okay.
So you
so
add.
It gets stuck to the thing. So the sand does what to it?
To remove the kaolin. Sandy soil, the sandy one. To remove the kaolin shape, white one on it, on the surface. Then you make it.
I see. So the sand you put inside will wash the.
You wash the white clay
off.
on the surface.
Okay.
You finish the washing. I will see that there's no whitish.
So the
clay.
sand.
The sand remove everything on it.
So these beads, for example, were used. The yellow color was used.
Yes.
For
This is the gold one.
gold.
Gold.
Okay. So from the rinsing part, we are going to do
threading.
Threading. Okay. So do you have somebody who does everything, or you do everything? Like,
Someone
you
who
have
thread.
team members.
We have.
So someone will pound the glass.
Yes.
Somebody will
Thread. Someone.
thread. Somebody will
fire
mold.
it.
Okay.
Yes. You can allow it.
How are you?
You can allow it for 3 minutes to allow the water to
drain.
Okay.
So the ones he's doing here are fresh from the oven.
Yes.
But the water has gone off
Yeah.
them. Okay. So what goes into the threading process too?
The threading process. That's the rope.
And this one, where do you get it from?
This one they used to thread the clothes.
Okay.
For 8 years.
Okay.
You get it for 8 years. Then you thread it.
Yeah, what are you using to thread it?
Copper.
Okay. Okay.
The stick we use is the one who create the hole inside. The cassava stick. Have you seen that there is a hole inside?
Okay, but whilst you are threading, let's have a conversation. What kind of beads do people come to buy here, and what do they use it for? Which kind of people do you have coming here to buy your beads?
We have some, they come from home. Away people. They love this one.
Okay.
And this. We call this one Zagba.
Zagba. What does it mean?
I don't know,
but which language is it?
Maybe the Ewe people, their language, Zagba.
So they come here, the Ewe people come here to buy
it.
Aside them, aside the Ewes.
The Fonti. Accounts.
Okay.
We have the market at Kufuda, GhanaWeb.
So you sell in wholesale?
Wholesale.
So what you are doing, for example, is how much?
It's 5 CD.
For the bracelet?
Yes.
So one bracelet like this?
5 CD.
5 CDs. And then this, the necklace is?
It's 10 CD.
10 CDs. So how often are you able to sell the beads you make?
It's amount how you are about to produce, you can sell. If you go to the market, some order you, they can order you to make it. And some also, we go for the market, we display it. If you come there, you select the one you want.
So you take your beads to the market?
To the market.
Which market?
GhanaWeb, we have the park there, a market there. Some at Agomenya, and some at Mokola, Accra. Go there for
so you have people come and buy and send it there. But do you have foreigners
we have
buy?
They all come. They come to the market. We have some out there, Europe, German. They all come there to buy.
To buy the bracelet.
Yes.
Okay. And which bracelet? I mean, which bead is for what?
Some we use it as a naming ceremony. Some for wedding. Some for dressing.
As in traditional wedding?
Yeah, traditional wedding. We have some, they call it Koli. Koli for naming ceremony. That is it's like a bluish color, like a sea color, sea blue.
You make that one too here?
That one we have been making it. They use for naming ceremony. And some for wedding process.
But why is a particular bead for the naming ceremony? What is the significance?
The prehistoric men, the old people they use, that they come about, but that one I don't know anything concerning about it.
Okay. But how about the waist beads? We hear that waist beads are supposed to shape women. How true is that?
Oh, it's true. They use for self-identity. As a lady, you have to wear a bead to describe you.
But where did that come from?
And the old people, they came about it to give the shape of a woman. That's why.
So you have people coming to buy waist beads from you too?
Yes.
I see. Okay. Before we wrap up, what goes into your designing? Why do you choose a particular color for a particular bead?
Some use a white color for happiness or joy, like a wedding process. They use butter color. We name it Koli. We have it, the name is Koli.
Okay.
The white color for naming ceremony, or someone who is happy. You can wear something white or butter color.
Okay, and then this one, for instance?
For this one is for decoration.
Or fashion.
Fashion. Maybe you have a dress which similar to the bead. That is match to the bead. That's what you wear.
So depending on what people want, you use the different colors you have for that. Thank you so much, Abraham, for educating us. I think you're doing a fabulous job. I'm not really a bead person, but I think this is impressive. I think this is really lovely.
Okay.
And thank you so much for making time on People and Places.
You're welcome.
Welcome back. This is still People and Places. The conversation continues, but we want to look at the subject from all angles. And so we are at the heart of Accra, specifically at the Mokola market. And we want to speak to some traders who major in bead selling. We want to find out how business goes and which kind of people come to them to patronize beads. We will be starting with Madam Grace Tete. Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Let's say,
mpacho ye
Enfia he ena waton ahwenie no.
Oh, ya ton more than 20 years.
Denti na o choose say nyama bebre wo ho a obetimi aton. Denti na o choose say obeton ahwenie.
Na ni mi mami ni first born onu na oton ahwenie. Enti oton ye no onu ye hu say market ni e good. Enti ye nyina ye so mu say ye beye. Enti ye busuafo bebre amoton ahwenie.
Kofo ben sa ene ya omoto ahwenie no.
Oh, ahwenie de onu pa bebre to. Obia onu mo eni de ahwenie eni hu faso nu omoto pa ahwenie de topa mi kan dada o. Mpanifo che obia yawu enge obeli makrapo yawu nure ko ye che ni eni na toma. Enti obia to me che usha wa wu krapo wu dampa sokra ye sha wu
beat type bensa ena wo ewa han
ya eni na beat ya wa no different ya wa titidie ti say anu ya titidie ni the first na we mu mbae we ni say ya ya friend Krista no first na Krista no mbae no titidie no na ewo ho no obia to me shebi ya ahunipa nkasa ya ahunipa pa
we ni bo edin saying new ones no more abano
say ya ni na we mu bo titidie no bun ni bo anya din but we mu no ayeti say ni the China for there anu ani na ya di free amanom ni na ya di ba Krista no na ewo mu no anu na ni bo ya din na yeto na yedi ahuna kakra bia frame na yedi ye enti we mu no ababawa afo no na premanfo no omo na mo pepa nti say nu 7 cedis no pa kun pa wo cho ahu no se oni ska obetuma de ama no 5 cedis ye ton wa ha no ebi wo 15 obi wo 10 but wo ko shopping mall mo krapo mo ton 20 Ghana obi ai ni prices if ade na efe no obia nso any need design or the yanti design no na ema prices ni
we mo ye de to ye waste o ni ye de to ye konmu o ni ye de to ye nsema na
ti say say cry ye 9 there ya ye ni 9 there na obet anklet we nso ye de to nsa we mu ye nsa there but ma sha ni bebre ye de to nsa engagement for wedding for so
they are memory
and omo person omo dress omo use say no omo dress no fefe white no so ni de obi a waka baby mo na egbo am here na me ka wo hale ene ke abanya ke ye betimi di bia ahye ni nsane ha na ha ye betimi di bi nso ahye ni nantuo wenu omo de she omo ta de she efun o to we na we de ahye ni ha na wa to we mu bi
tituano
we mu bi onu so na we de aka ho na wa to we nsu we ni su bi enti we mu nyina mu to omo du dress fun obi mu su she omo pese omo she but e de funfo no nso omo to no ye di siesu omo pa ahune no su bi bi usu nie ya fa ni light off no so ya dum kanea na aso enti enu so ya your guest no so omo pepa
na abofo na ya omo ba habeto
omo topa bafo no omo topa omo ba Ghana de ahune de omo fan de agro omo pa ahune pa
waka emma ho asem bebre is it that beats no emma kwa na share na emma nso timi beto
waist beats there me dem me say emma na omo share
yeah but ne omo de to omo kon mu ni
ma share pa so pa metima yo be ma de a kire o obere ma share obele ma so be share ono so share na wa share we no de betu ni nsa nti obe share fine we ni ya ni kente form enti tuma bia o de be share bia na ni no de no ko ni nsa
we ye be ma de
na obele ma de no mu ye du kakra che oba de we ni sudodo nti e ba de na ya ye no nkuma kakra di amom won so oba de no Yankuma, but very my dear, soon. If it's a moody or musu. I who need a mash shape. A man anointing, so very my dear, capet, not anointing about. A mash shape, pa. Anointing base. Anointing, so I wouldn't. Would you need that anointing bow and day? And any that who can pen anointing about. And you almost shape a mash shape, no. Then a mash shape. So we said the beer. We said the beer, we said breza, quana breza, no, and in a market won't come. When we said the beer, a man in the his no a communa a winning at dinner. So, Madame Pache Frozen. Your friend Grandma Maggie. What home beats no and fear him? 20 more than 20 years. They ain't seen now choosing say beats now beton. Mammy in a tongue until on the chin and better. Types ben now ever hand. Me were a condier. Well, say a friend at the agba. When we a friend one symmetry, young craft for your friend no more day. When a life, dear. When we are dear. What I see when okay, ya influence. Okay, ya influence. When no better. I am on see engagements. Business, a cousin. Our business is dear in and off. We do a whole year, it is so and yet now to it next year. I say, Uba. Niamana, a yao coffee him. Niamani, Yaji Blaine. Coming there for Confodia. Amoye wo a classic passing into a jad dano. No more jabba, Confodia market. Yes, yeah, Abba. Beats ne dozo ever hanum, but type ben pan and for a tato. I'm not so shiny. So we have someone patronizing Grandma's beads. We just want to ask her why she's buying. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Let's say.
Yanko Pandumo now so.
Hana will buy no then na over beto.
If I show me babeto ahwene.
Ahwene no type mu ben and a water.
Adi agba.
What they call it then didn't in a water.
If I show me money say Friday yanko pon ya aduma mo ye culture bi o school mu nti na mo pese o mu siesie o mo ho te say o mo krom traditional went no. We have a gentleman, interestingly, buying one of the beads, and we want to engage him a little. Let's say. You're frozen.
I'm bright watching.
It's bright. Oh, better Dana. And can say I'm in there and Madio.
I'm in there. Well, bound why I'm afraid. To be present, me or Nami or shy I am afraid. And tell me, turn around.
It's all better to be a Maori. Type Benson, I will talk.
Type I correct. Calabia, different Calabia.
We are at the shop of Auntie Harriet. She has a wide variety of beads, local, foreign, and there's a lot here. We want to engage her and find out how business is going and everything she knows about what she sells. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you doing?
By God's grace, I'm fine.
How long have you been selling beads?
For the past 30 years, I've been in this business.
30 years? That's a lot of years. Okay, what actually convinced you? I mean, there are a lot of other businesses. Why beads?
I was doing earrings and other things, but when I travel outside, I could see that I have the passion. When I see the beads, it fascinates me so much. So I had a passion of selling it. So I quitted everything and started doing the beads. Mine is passion. It's not about what people are selling. When I see the beads, I'm moved. And then I'm a designer as well. So I could see when I mix them, I can do something out of it. That is why I started styling the beads.
So you do the beads that you sell yourself?
Yes, I do myself.
Are you
the beads somewhere, but the designing I do it.
the threading and
fit and the design, yes.
So, can you take us through your shop? It's quite a big shop. Which kinds of beads do you have here?
Okay, I have the Krobo beads and I have the Nigerian type of beads. The Krobo bead, that is the Ghanaian one. We have assorted of Ghanaian beads. We have that of the Eves and some from that is the one from the Volta region. And then we have the one from Somenya, the eastern part of Ghana. And then we have some other places. We have the northern type. The northerners have their type of beads. Yes, I'm selling all, and I have the Indian beads as well. Sometimes I travel from Mali. I was traveling to India. So I have the Indian beads as well. And then we have the Korean type. So many others.
On a typical day, how is business like for you at your shop?
Previously, because you can't get the Ghanaian beads outside, ours were so beautiful and it was cheap. So when people come to Ghana from the diaspora, some from the UK, others from America and other places, they choose buying some beads for friends. But this time, because of the COVID, the business has changed entirely. It is not like that so. But the only consolation we have is that now we Ghanaians have moved into the local beads during our ceremonies, that is our weddings and engagements. We've shifted it to the traditional sector, and that is what is balancing a little bit.
That's helping. You mentioned foreigners who come here to buy for their friends. When people come to the shop, how do they describe what they want and what kind of beads?
They see the beads, they like it. Our kente goes with the beads. So they choose to buy some of the kentes and then the local design beads. And somehow it depends on how you design it too. If you are artistic, you can combine the colors and it will be more of attractive. So they choose to buy the beads and then it's not expensive too.
When people come here, they tell you, maybe I want beads for my neck and my hands, or I want waist beads.
Just want, what do I say? So some souvenirs for friends to show that I've been in Africa.
So you recommend?
Sometimes I recommend. Sometimes they know what they are about. About 5 years coming down the line, these hand beads for men and women have been more of what people like. So just buying one bead for the hand, I think will not cost too much and will not give you any traveling, what do I say, weight or something when it comes to flying. So they choose to buy the beads because it's handy. So,
would you by chance know the significance of some of the different types of beads you have here? Waist beads, it's for a different purpose.
You see, from this side to this side is the waist beads. And these waist beads, you know, for those days, past days gone, our mothers used to use it as like a type of scale that they can determine whether you are increasing weight or you are below weight or something. So it has been the system, but because of the colorful touch that are coming, people are patronizing more. And this now they are even taking it outside. Yes, they sometimes wear it even on the dresses. It's not under, yes. After they finish wearing their dress, they put it on to showcase some sort of something like belt or something. When the men sees it, it attracts them, you know. So it makes a woman, it differentiates between a man and a woman when they are in bed. It shows who is the woman and then it shows who is the man, because normally it's being worn by women.
But do you have men coming here to buy beads?
A lot of them. The hand one, For instance, that is what I told her since about 5 years ago. It has been a system for men putting on beads. Almost every young man, you see, will put some beads with some brass inside. So it is the fashion of the day. That is what I can say.
How would you sell beads out to people out there? As someone who sells beads, what would you say to get people to patronize more?
I can see ever since they started wearing the beads for engagements and weddings, it's colorful. It makes the whole thing nice. Previously, it were only these queen mothers who used to use it. But now, because of the change, now everybody is a queen mother. You can dress it anyhow and it's very nice. When people from outside sees it, they like it. It's attractive. It's nice. It portrays our culture. Exactly. Portrays our culture.
Just before I end with you, you mentioned that you design the beads. Can you just take us through a typical? I see my sister here.
My daughter threading it. Beading. It's all about, if you are artistic, immediately you pick it and then you see the type of kente that the person is using. You can easily design something. And then I have the brass. These are all locally made and plated with gold.
So you buy the gold ornaments separately?
Yes, I buy the ornaments separate. I do the plating. I don't do it. I give it to those who plate it. And then they will plate it and bring it. And because I bead, I need them to design it to make it more of African.
Learning new things and discovering new facts. That's what we do on the People and Places show. We wrap up this edition of the show and we've been looking at beads and everything that goes into its making. We first spoke to Abraham Tete, who took us through the beads making process. And then we got into the heart of Accra at the Makola market to speak to some traders and some buyers. We even got to speak to a designer who told us what goes into the designing of some specific beads. Thank you for watching the show. Make sure you get something Ghanaian because it's Ghana month. Let's make Ghana proud. My name is Wondami Hagan and this is People and Places.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Chairman, to even further state that I saw him holding a brown bag, which was really an elevation that he stepped into the shoes very well. And thank you for that. Really, it was amazing. I mean, you know, a budget starts somewhere. Immediately we finish the media review, and we've been working on that. Given the hours difference, that means a 4 a.m. start in America, in which we work through the budget to go through cabinet for it to be successful. And just thank the House for the forbearance in having the leader do that work for us. Appreciate that.
Very well, the minority leader will start because he wants to leave us the agenda. So please.
Chairman, let me also use this opportunity to congratulate the Minister nominee for Finance. Understandably, as we have read in the media and well but covered, to assure him of our prayers, but to know from him if he is fit and fit for the job of Minister for Finance. So, Chairman, just assure him that he has the prayers of the country. Would appreciate knowing whether he can run the long haul today with us, if that is convenient for him. I know you have had discussions with us at the committee level. But, Chairman, to warm him to the job, nominee, Minister for Finance, the President in his State of the Nation address had this to say, and I quote, "Let me at this point assure the House that in the course of the session of Parliament, government will come back to engage the House on the steps it intends to take on the future of the Ajapa transaction." Why Ajapa? What's the necessity of Ajapa? What's the justification? What do you need money for Ajapa before I relate to other issues? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, certainly that is not a warming to to the process. We get right into action. I think I try to illustrate that since I got in on Saturday, we have launched the roadshow for the largest bond issue in our country yesterday, and to remarkable responses. We have also, during that period, began the issue of the merger of economic planning and us, the setup of Obatampa, etc. And then, of course, beginning with appropriations and preparing for this vetting. Really, for someone who has worked literally 18 odd hours a year since 2017, I just see no step down in what we have to do. I can assure you that the enthusiasm is there, the strength is there, and the excitement for the future since continues. I think public service is a duty that has its own energy and passion, and let me assure the chairman that there will be no lacks in the intensity of the work that we have to do.
So, Ajapa, how much money are you seeking to monetize, and for what purpose? What do you need that money for? And I just heard you, Chairman, his opening remarks that since he arrived, he's launched the roadshow for the highest ever. In what capacity did you launch the roadshow?
Minister designate and representative of the president.
So I have taken note of that. Minister designate launching raising $5.5 billion in the name of the Republic. I've taken judicial notice of that function and the activity.
Yeah.
Minister,
I also have a letter as president's representative.
Still on Ajapa.
I hope that was noted also.
What do you need the money for?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I think with regards to Ajapa, there are a few things that we need to assure ourselves of. I think first and foremost, the President has said that we resubmit it to Parliament. And so that shall be done, which then opens up all of the issues that have been brought to bear. I think one thing I need to note is that truly, I mean, the basis of that transaction was an act that was passed, which was thoroughly debated, and we did not really move away from any edicts of that act. I think it is all of us looking at the state of the economy of a new normal, which seems to be global with regards to debt, and we're looking to interject equity into the way in which the country grows. But if you look at the powers of the fund, which this august House passed Act 978(3), the fund may create and hold equity interests in a special purpose vehicle, procure the listing of the special purpose vehicle on any reputable stock exchange, assign or transfer any rights of its mineral income to a special purpose vehicle, assign, transfer, or, so I think we are in the right course. But the challenge for all of us is, as you look at the new normal in which there seems to be quite a bit of debt by all countries, what do we do with our natural resources to leverage it into equity? And I think that's a question we have to face. Now, as to how that is mobilized, the issues we contend with, I think that's the reason why the President wants us to submit, so that there are issues around that. But philosophically, I hope we are all going to come to terms with the reality of diversifying how we capitalize and fund our transformation, which we intend to do.
Chairman, still on Ajapa, when the Special Prosecutor, Honorable Martin A.B.K. Amidu, submitted his report on the analysis of the risk of corruption and anti-corruption risk assessment of the process leading up to the request for approval and approval of the transaction agreement and tax exemptions granted by Parliament, thereunder in relation to the gold royalties monetization transaction under the Mineral Income Investment Act 2018, Act 978. He made this observation in page 63. As I look forward to an Ajapa back to Parliament, give me assurance how you are responding to this quote. The Honorable Martin Hamidu had this to say: there is no guarantee that the sovereign minerals income royalties being ceded to Ajapa Royalties Limited without a national consensus and the analysis of the risk of corruption and anti-corruption assessment environment as herein before analyzed is not and would not be a leaking pipe in the public purse. Emphasis, man, a leaking pipe in the public purse. There is further no guarantee that it will not constitute a windfall from this leaking public purse pipe for those Ghanaians lucky through partisan affiliations to be represented on its management and who might have had stakes as promoters in establishing and incorporating it in the safe haven of JC aforesaid. A new Ajapa, how responsive will it be to these concerns that are raised? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think really there's quite a bit of cynicism with that transaction. And for me, for the House, for such a report and to be put out to the public without us or myself as Minister of Finance having a chance to discuss it, I think is a disservice to our democracy. And that is such a fundamental right that I think we all as a people should be careful about such things. And so the speculative issues and the risk associated with most transactions, discussions by resubmitting to Parliament would enable us to work those things out so that it is. But we should also note, I mean, beyond that, and the reason why I brought the Act up, well, the Act was well debated and put into motion. I think risks are part of every investment that you make. Parliament gives me the honors to go and raise bonds.
Honourable Minister, the distance between you and us here is far.
Yeah.
So kindly make sure, yes, you speak into the mic so we can hear you.
Thank you. So Parliament gives me a mandate to raise $2-3 billion with all sorts of risk. And so far, these 3 years, we have brought the best pricing that the country or comparable countries could enjoy. I do not know why that type of performance will then not reflect in the way in which that report was put.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Chairman, let me move, Minister. When our colleague, the Honorable Che, is here, has been struggling to submit to us, maybe your absence caused that, the annual debt report, which was part of what he laid on the 12th of March when he presented the budget for and on behalf of the President. The annual debt report, which is a requirement under the Public Financial Management Act. He spoke to our national debt. What is our debt asset today in relation to our GDP?
Mr. Chairman, I think we are all familiar with the debt in terms of coming in at about 122 billion and being about 292 billion today. I think what has been in contention is the way in which we categorize the financial services sector and the energy sector, which is identified in the books but not added to the public stock. There's been a lot of philosophical debates as to how to accommodate that. Our sense is that we are close to the completion of financing of both the asset management companies and the banking system, and therefore we should, by the end of the third quarter or so, or end year, have those numbers complete so that we can add him on. And that will be helpful for the energy sector. In addition, there really seems to be a new normal in the world. Africa debt has moved from 34% to 56%. So beginning to equalize to have that standard after that period, I think is where we are leading to.
Chairman, that's appreciated, but the fiscal table, there is international accepted best practice, what is accepted in the computation of debt. I heard you in 2020, I heard the Honorable Chair on behalf of the President in 2021, and you used the words that national total debt, excluding financial sector clean-up. Further to my, not quoting, paraphrasing you again, excluding energy sector payment. You may have about 6.2 billion to 8 billion of that. That is not added. What debt is it? Is it a question of misclassification or not?
Mr. Chairman, I think maybe we are sort of making a mountain out of a molehill. The fact of the matter is that when you read the document, the fiscals, you would know what our debt liabilities are, and that is a fact. The question for any nation, is to determine how best we manage this. It's not, and we had argued with the international community that this is a special event, and until such time as we know the full cost of it, we are not going to add it together. We have moved to a point, as I've explained to you, that we are going to do, but never was it not disclosed.
Chairman, When you say you don't know, in both your budget 2020, 2021, you attribute 21 billion as responsible. Why are you not adding that to total debt? It is known and is disclosed. What liability is it? And whose liability is it? We need to know.
Mr. Chairman, I think we could go on through this ad nauseum. The question is, was this disclosed? And it was disclosed. Could you add up to come to a summary? You will be able to add up to come to a summary.
So our position is that it's disclosed but not added.
Is there a new normal? There's a new normal. I told you how we are going to be doing it, and I've told you that once we are clear on that by the third quarter or fourth quarter, that will be normalized.
Will it be added on when you know the total?
We will be adding them on to have.
Will you readjust the fiscal table as we are assured?
Once it's added on, of course, it trickles through that.
There is a group working at the Ministry of Finance known as the Mackenzie Group, working for GRA and working for the Ministry of Finance. What is the nature of the relationship with them, and how much money of state money has been used for them, and what do they do? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mackenzie has been working with GRA, I'm not quite clear the date, but early on in the administration, and we also are working with them at the ministry with regards to how we are going to structure Obatampa, etc., and make it an efficient machinery for transformation. I'll have to get you details of payments, etc.
I appreciate that. Now, how much did we borrow, or how much did Bank of Ghana finance government for the fiscal year ending 2020? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I think there was some anomaly. We did a 10 billion asset paper with Bank of Ghana.
So beyond the 10 billion, any other commitment from the Bank of Ghana to government that you are aware of?
Mr. Chairman, that was the main transaction.
So as far as you are concerned, only 10 billion was the amount the Bank of Ghana financed government. Is that correct for our record?
To my recollection.
And any figure to the contrary will mean otherwise that you are not candid to this committee?
No, it doesn't mean that, Mr. Chairman. It means I'll check on that number and let you know.
You didn't check before coming? Just 10 billion? I know for a fact that it's not 10 billion.
Well, I think people have been talking about 22 billion, etc.
Not people. You are Minister for Finance and Minister for Finance designate. What are the numbers? How much did the Bank of Ghana finance the government of Ghana? When you came to borrow the 10 billion, you referenced the Bank of Ghana Act and the limits within as a percentage of government revenue in the previous year which could be used for that purpose. How much did the Bank of Ghana finance government? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I will stick to the 10 billion. Any explanations of other, I'll get to the House.
Chairman, the Minister for Finance in his mid-year review repeated in the budget for 2021 talks about the Obatampa 100. Share with us this year how much did you allocate in your budget for that purpose? Obatampa.
Mr. Chairman,
give me your budget copy, page 242. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the Obatampa program is a 100 billion CD program, which in essence is the largest development effort any government will be seeing. The issue going forward is how do you fund such programs in the new modern world or the new normal that we see. And what we did was to say that we will have a committee a different entity that's working within GRA to look at how they can raise an additional 30 billion outside of what they always raise for government by looking at other resources that we have not, and then 70 billion which will be public-private sector led. In this regard, we'll be working very closely with GIPC to determine partners in the international sphere who will then bring this type of resources to bear. You will notice that we are creating a new national development bank, which will be a wholesale bank that in itself will be able to raise funds to be able to support the various financial institutions in Ghana that will further support that. So really, I think that the challenge for a country, given our savings and our capacity for domestic revenue mobilization, is as you see our attractiveness in the international market, how do you leverage on it to be able to build up this
Chairman, this is just a follow-up. You've just hinted at National Development Bank, Agri Development Bank in distress, National Investment Bank in distress. Convince me why we need a National Development Bank in Ghana, where you have these major institutions that were set up with probably about the same goal or objective that is not living up to expectation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think really the issue about mistakes in the past does not mean that we should be innovative into the future. If you now look at the financial landscape, you realize that yes, the banks are doing better. Through GATT, we've been able to save some indigenous banks that are also operating. The question then is, how do they get increase in capital? So ADB was also supported. We've given some resources to NIB, and therefore ADB will concentrate on agric, NIB will concentrate on industry, and the National Development Bank is a wholesale bank, almost like KfW in Germany, which then has a capacity to bring in resources from outside to be able to channel into these organizations that you are talking about.
Chairman, just to follow up, is something that if he gets approved, he probably will have to work with the Attorney General to resolve a matter of national and public interest. You find ministers of state come to Parliament with agreements, projects, programs, not costed, no value for money accompanying them. They come for parliamentary approval, then they walk away with Parliament that will come back for value for money. That has not served the interests of our republic. What will you do to ensure that any side thing, because normally the ministers will need your concurrent acceptance and approval to do that, to protect the public purse? Give me some assurance what you intend to do about that. Thank you. Working with the Office of the Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It is an issue that I think has been problematic for all governments. In this particular budget season, we therefore propose an expenditure commitment policy where the Ministry of Finance has worked with the AG's office to see a document that will be passed by Cabinet in the next Cabinet meeting, which really goes to say that, you know, if this thing is not in your cost of goods or capex, it can't be unless you can prove that you can get money for it. So beyond the value for money issues is tightening and making the minister responsible for allocating, for finding the resources to be able to do that. If it's not in the budget, it can't be done.
Chairman, related to that is the unacceptable growing of judgment debts, all of it occasioned by an act of omission or commission on behalf of ministers of state, they commit the state and then abrogate contracts, the phenomena of judgment debt. What do you intend to do about that as Minister for Finance should you get confirmed? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think, as a corollary to the expenditure commitment issue would be a situation where you don't even get there because it can't even come through. But even with judgment, that's, I think we have tried very hard to even renegotiate after the court's judgment. So yes, it's a leakage that we are very aware of and would like to blunt.
Chairman, I note that in this 2021 budget statement and economic policy, for some reason, Minister, there is no definite determination as is expected under the Labour Act of Tripartite, some understanding on public sector pay, whether adjusted upwards or maintained. That is not conveyed in this particular budget statement. So it appears to me that public sector workers and civil servants, local government don't know their fate yet. How come it's missing? Because I know since 2014, 2015, we've worked out a strategy where it allowed you to have sufficient time to including a determination of the minimum wage. What's your thinking on compensation generally post-COVID, and in particular an their fate? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed for that. Mr. Chairman, you notice that we have had a relatively peaceful environment during this time, and that's because the two ministries have made a special effort to create a partnership with labor and employers which enables information sharing and understanding of where we are going as a government. And I think we have kept faith with that. And so, Mr. Chairman, I can assure you that we are clearly aware of the level of salaries that we have for our people. We also know the impact on our revenue. And by all means, we'll strike a balance that is sustainable to support us. So let me assure you that we would not compromise on fair negotiations.
So will there be negotiations?
There has to be negotiations.
Thank you. So want industrial peace and harmony. Now capping. You are noted for capping our funds in order to deal with what you call budget rigidities and earmarking. The GET Fund has suffered from it, even though we are aware that GET Fund borrowed 1.5 billion. The disbursement of it is problematic. Want to know how much of the amount have been disbursed, because GET Fund contractors remain unpaid. They are in the queue long hours to assess their money. They are still on capping the road fund. When the minister made a request to you for 1.8 billion Ghana cedis, you release only 1 billion.
Failures is erroneous. On the issue of budget rigidities, I think that is pretty obvious to all of us with regards to the revenue to GDP that we have, and fall within that bucket and borrowing how much we can really take on a common basis. We are doing fairly well. And then we'll need to adjust. Every policy has some idiosyncratic effect on certain areas, and we look to be able to solve them on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. The leader is done. He will be warm. I thought you said you leave us for now and come back later.
We'll warm up for him.
Very well.
Yes, Nilan.
Recognition of LGBTQI rights are some of the conditions under which support will be granted to such nations. As the man who follows up on every negotiation the President makes on issues of our support, what is your take?
I mean, for example, if you look at the decision the President took with regards to termination of PDS, in which $190 million therefore had to be left on the table. I think our sociology and our traditions are the most important enduring legacy that we have. And so we'll make decisions that suit our Ghanaian purpose so that we can develop in the way we want to develop.
Looking at our estimates, Minister of Local Government Committee, look at our estimates. We have something revealing. There was an overrun of almost about 46% of the budget for the ministry in 2020, close to about 468 million cedis as a result of increases, especially in donor partners' support. The answer from the ministry was that as a result of ceiling which was granted, Ghana has entered into agreements with these donor partners, so we know how much they are giving us. So why do we set a ceiling on such funding to result in overruns of the budget at the end of the fiscal year?
Thank you very much, and I think that's a very insightful question. You know, once the COVID pandemic surfaced, most World Bank also facilitated things. So truly, I think the event of the pandemic, last year was an extraordinary year. We do not tell ourselves, we have to be clear on things that occurred. But that, Mr. Chairman, was one of the reasons, the reprogramming and reprioritization of donor grants at that time. Thank you.
Chairman, if you permit as a follow-up, when that happened, why didn't the ministry get back to Parliament on this?
Mr. Chairman, I would, yeah, we can send a report on that.
Mr. Chairman, my next question. You mentioned COVID. Were there some releases to RCCs and MMDAs for COVID without
directly
passing it through Parliament?
Mr. Chairman,
outside the budget.
Mr. Chairman, I don't recall that. I know that we encourage DSCF to further support the RCCs and co. But I can check on that for you.
Port and then another check. Okay. Let's come home. Prices of almost everything on the market is going up. Everything. Why the justification for increase in taxes at this time when prices of almost every commodity on the market is going high?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I mean, that is a very, very categorical statement, and I think we all need to verify the veracity of that. I think the question of taxes can be an independent question, not linked to that. I mean, we have proposed a number of taxes that you are aware of that would affect petroleum, which would lead to revenue for a Delta Fund for energy, for capacity charges, because we continue to have a gap between what ECG should be paying and what the rates are. So that was one, to make sure that we is that it's a battle cry for us to join together to look at growth and transformation as opposed to bend our heads down because of COVID. You know, and the question is whether we can burden share and therefore move to sharing the opportunities that will come. Is there ever a good time for taxes? I'm not sure anybody will ever say that. Would we use the taxes to enhance productivity and growth to grow? I believe we will be able to do that. I think underpinning your question that everything has gone up is one of debate that we can have. But we need to move forward. We need to burden share. We need to create a society that also will share the opportunities as we grow. I mean, really, Mr. Chairman, if you look at what the Akufo-Addo government has been able to do between 2017 and 2020, it is phenomenal. If we had not built up the resilience, I think COVID would have devastated us beyond what we are seeing. So we move forward together. We bring these new revenue measures in place. At the same time, of course, we did cancel income taxes for drivers, etc. And let's see how, we create a sense of productivity and share in the growth that we expect to have.
So, Chairman, my last question. Honorable nominee, this is very important to almost every MP here. In the Supreme Court ruling, Benjamin K. Podo Richikoshigan versus the Republic, the Supreme Court said total revenue includes revenue from cocoa, oil, and other taxes. And the Supreme Court said, under no circumstance should the 5% or not less than 5% release to the District Assembly's Common Fund should be touched. Why do you still exclude revenues from cocoa and oil in computing the 5% of total revenue for the District Assembly's Common Fund?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that that is completely correct. I know we went through extensively recalibrating.
Your deputy knows is correct.
Recalibrating, to make sure that we're within the law. So, I mean, with your kind permission, we could sit with you and go through how we felt that we met the 5%. Our ministry will not be structuring transactions that will break the law.
Yes. Who is next?
Here. Mr. Minister, please. Your deputy represented you at the committee of the whole on this issue. She's not a member of this committee, but I don't know whether Mr. Chairman will relax the rules a little and But the truth of the matter is that she appeared before the committee of the whole on this issue. And she knows that we have, as a committee, we have interrogated her on this issue. The 5% released to the District Assembly's Common Fund does not include oil receipts, cocoa receipts. And we are asking, why are you going against the Supreme Court decision?
Mr. Chairman, with due respect, I have offered for us to meet to ascertain whether this is true, and if there's any corrective measure to be done, we will do that.
Very well. And for those who are ranking members and who may have to go to their committee meetings, I'll give you priority. Yes, Agaga, after that I'll come to you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, well.
Honorable nominee, just to illuminate the question my colleague Nilante van der Poy asked, the case of Podo versus the Attorney General. The Supreme Court was very emphatic in interpreting Article 2522 of the Constitution. And in doing so, the Supreme Court held that the total revenues of this country includes petroleum revenues. And they related this directly to the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, which creates two funds, the Stabilization Fund and the Heritage Fund. Now, the Supreme Court's view was that whenever those funds become available to the central government, like we saw when you moved this August House for the cap on the Stabilization Fund to be reduced to 100 million, you receive 200 million directly. And so per the Supreme Court's ruling, 5% of that amount was supposed to be paid into the coffers of the District Assembly's Common Fund. Now, that was not done. Additionally, if you also look at the 2020 budget, an amount of 1,300 million Ghana cedis was transferred from the stabilization fund. No, so 5% of this amount ought to have been paid into the coffers of the District Assembly's Common Fund per the Supreme Court's decision in Podo Richard Kwashiga versus the Attorney General. That was not done. There was non-compliance with the Supreme Court's decision. And this actually forced or compelled the lawyers for the two Honorable Podo and Kwashiga to write to your outfit in a letter dated April 30th, 2020, to call for compliance. This has not been done. Honorable Minister, why have you failed to comply with a decision of the Supreme Court in all this important landmark decision of our highest court, the highest court of the land?
Thank you very much, sir. And I will certainly check on this. But you know, I'm not sure that our ministry is in the habit of not obeying rules that are set for the people. You and us, as we all know, had an extraordinary year in which revenues were down by about 13 billion and expenditures were up by 11 billion. And so there have been a lot of accommodations that we've had to do over that period to be able to come to where we are today. I don't know whether that was a victim of that or not, and therefore you know how to adjust for that if we did not comply. But really, I think we should be less choleric about these issues because we as a ministry are keen to meet our constitutional obligations in whatever way that we can within the budget. So yes, I would verify this and let you know. Thank you.
For the record, I'm reading the concluding part of the judgment so that it will guide us in the questioning on this matter. This is the judgment of the Chief Justice then, Sophia Kufu. Consequently, we hereby direct that in calculating the annual amount to be allocated to the District Assembly's Common Fund, the defendant shall comply strictly with the provisions of Article 252, Subclause 2, as construed and interpreted in this judgment. Total revenue of Ghana for purposes of allocation to the District Assembly's Common Fund shall include petroleum revenue allotted as annual budget support amount and non-tax revenue paid to central government. Total revenues of Ghana shall not include foreign loans and grants, petroleum receipts paid into Heritage and Stabilization Fund retained, IGF, and levies imposed by Parliament for specific purposes under an Act of Parliament. Honorable Minister, are you complying with this interpretation and directive of the Supreme Court?
Mr. Chairman, we are. I mean, there might be a specific issue that has been mentioned right now that we'll examine. But certainly when we did our budget, I know we had about 2 or 3 sessions in the ministry going through the tenets of this ruling and how to make sure that we comply with it.
Yes, you will.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, let me take you back to the Ejapa Minerals Royalties transaction. So far as that transaction is concerned, Honorable Minister, I'm sure you are aware by now that the former special prosecutor impugned the appointment of the transaction advisor, Imara Holdings, as having not complied with constitutional provisions and Article 1815 due to the fact that Imara Holdings is an international company. So he impugned the appointment of Imara in that regard. Now, you are thinking of, or your policy is to reintroduce the Ejapa royalties deal. Can you give us the assurance that in seeking to appoint transaction advisors in the future, you would be compliant with Article 1815 of the Constitution and the decision in Attorney General versus Faro Atlantic Company Limited?
Mr. Chairman, I think I mentioned a fundamental flaw in the approach that the OSP took with regards to whether he gave us a chance to respond or not. And I think that should be of keen interest to this House as just a rule of law. And so to then go on to accept, acknowledge a document in which your citizens were not able to give their views on that, I think it's something that we should not encourage. I do not feel that we broke any rule, and I think the AG will be able to give you a firm assessment of that. I think such conjectures, are inimical to growth, and it does not help the kind of freedom of policy orientation and innovation that will require for this country to grow. Mr. Chairman, if you consider that Ghana is the largest exporter of gold in Africa, and still this is the nature of our industry, I think it stands to pause that something different must be done. And something different must be done within the remits of our Constitution. And that is why we are resubmitting to find out the things. But I think the philosophy of trying to get more equity, trying to leverage our resources, is something that we should all consider and know that it's important for us to transform. And I do not believe that we broke any rules by the way in which the procurement was done.
Mr. Chair, just a follow-up. Perhaps I may term it elucidation of some material fact. You see, Honorable Agaga had referred to Imara's involvement in the whole Ejapa and expressed, repeated the opinion of the special prosecutor to the effect that since that constituted an international, it's an international entity, government of Ghana's involvement in the amount of an international transaction, and the ministry was in breach of Article 1815. But just for the record, what that opinion did not advert its mind to was the decision in Esebe-Yeboah versus ECG. And for the avoidance of doubt, in the Esebe-Yeboah, ECG and Cal Power were entered into an agreement, and government of Ghana even issued a residual guarantee. But the Supreme Court's position was, to the extent that it was the board of ECG that took that decision, notwithstanding government of Ghana's residual guarantee, that could not come under the remit of Article 1815. Therefore, the view that even Ejapa, by virtue of MIF being enacted by Parliament and being given the mandate to undertake transactions which included the Ejapa, it didn't even need to come to Parliament. So, Mr. Nominee, would you say that it is as a result of your desire in ensuring transparency that made the ministry even bring the Ejapa to Parliament in the first place? Would you say so, in view of the position of the Supreme Court in Esebeboa, which clearly had indicated that such a transaction per its board does not have to come to Parliament? No.
Thank you very much for that elucidation. I think what I would like really to establish is that in the mandate given me as Minister of Finance, I have no interest in breaching the Constitution. And therefore, in the same vein in which we did a transaction in February 2017 with regard to the 2.25 billion equivalent CDs, in which a whole brouhaha was raised, and we went through Shraj for us to be proven to be innocent. I think it is that mindset when I sit at the ministry and that I think of protecting the public first and ensuring that this country moves forward. So I would really encourage some forbearance on that, because I think it sometimes poisons the public to think in a certain way, which then blunts innovation and creativity for the future. And I think we are lost for that. You look at cocoa, for example, in which we have been stuck in working within the 3 billion bucket of seed money, while the industry is 140 billion, and there has been no sit down really by us in this august House and politicians to really look at how we can gain more from that is problematic. But I think once these sort of accusations are brought, it is tiring and it leaves one just doing the mundane. So let us as a people get into a narrative of questioning whether the current uses of our resources are the best way to use it, and find a way to get more equity into our system, but ensure that we follow the rules.
Yes, you may continue.
Honorable Chair, I want to clarify an issue here. My question relates with Imara, the transaction agreement, distinct from the mineral royalties deal, the Ejapa deal. The Ejapa was brought before Parliament. Parliament approved sale. But the Imara holdings, which is a transaction agreement, the mandate agreement did not come. So that was the focus of my question, but let's make progress. Let's make progress. Yes, Honorable Nominee.
I mean, I think, Mr. Chairman, there's also materiality. Okay.
Honorable, please, that was not a question. He says he was declaring to us. He will ask his main question.
Thank you, sir.
One issue which directly relates to Imara holding was the partnership data bank forged with Imara Holding as transaction advisors. Now, many people got agitated with the involvement of data bank because of your previous association with data bank. You are co-founder of data bank. Now, to lend credence to this agitation, data bank then decides on the 10th of February 2021 to withdraw from the Ejapa deal as a transaction advisor. Some of the reasons data bank canvassed for its withdrawal was that some political actors sought to make capital out of their involvement as transaction advisor because of your status as a co-founder of data bank. Honorable nominee, with hindsight, would you say the participation or the involvement of data bank as a transaction advisor amounted to conflict of interest?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that's an area that I've already alluded to, that the House should be clear on passing the Act. But the question that really that we should debate, I know that in my capacity as a public service official, without being a director but co-owner of that company, I was not part of any decision making with regards to that. But I think we should be having, truly a broader discussion about Ghanaian enterprise, and therefore how independent and experienced entrepreneurs can join government at any point in time. So, Mr. Chairman, here is a company that is 30 years old. Here's a company that started with borrowing $25,000. Here's a company that started I guess, tantamount to a place you would not think an investment bank would start. But that's the resources a Ghanaian entrepreneur had to start that. After 30 years with 500,000 accounts of Ghanaians, 1 billion cedis under management, offices around the country, having participated in every Eurobond transaction since we started in 2007, are we truly saying that in the event of anybody becoming an attorney general, you can use your offices? In the event of being a finance minister, I think those are fundamental questions. And therefore, if the rules are clear on what you are talking about, I don't think we should encourage such cynicism because it just goes to poison the environment and we may lose good. I don't think there was any conflict of interest straight away because I was not part of the decision. I think the first-class nature of the institution speaks to itself. I think the Ghanaian entrepreneurial ingenuity that has brought it this far must be praised, and we should be encouraging our companies to grow so that we can begin to do the Eurobonds ourselves. Thank you.
My last question. Honorable nominee, our country at the moment is faced with the threat of terrorism along our northern frontiers. This informed the decision of our national security outfit to publish a framework for the prevention and countering violent extremism and terrorism in Ghana. In addition to this, the Select Committee for Defense and Interior was briefed sometime late last year on the, if you like, work on a draft national security strategy. One of the highlights of the strategy and the framework for the prevention and countering violent extremism and terrorism in Ghana is the lack of funding for the security agencies of our state. Now, in the national security strategy itself, the Ministry of Finance is required to establish a peace and security fund to help equip our security agencies so that they can position themselves in a manner that would make it possible for them to protect us. I omitted to add that the Gulf of Guinea has been adjudged as the most dangerous sea in the world. And yet, that is where our oil resources are located. Honorable Minister, if you're given the nomination, what strategies do you have to raise funding to equip our country's security agencies in the face of the threats that we are currently faced with? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's truly an excellent question. Thank you. The issues we face, that is a gap between our savings, and as you know, we are running a budget deficit, which therefore goes to suggest that there has to be some accommodations and repurposing, etc., to be able to do that. But I think over the period that we talk about, both the Ministry of Defense, Interior, Fire, etc., have gotten more resources than they have. We are funding forward operating base to be able to tackle the issue of protecting our oil reserves. But within the sort of the Accra Initiative and the Ghana Boundary Commission and various things we are doing is certainly to look at national security, because to be able to maintain our status as a pillar of stability and democratic governance, there has to be security. We also are at a point where I think the ECOWAS protocols enables our neighbors to literally stay here ad nauseum, without the 90 days. And given our attractiveness, I think we're going to have more of an influence. So there's a discussion that we are having to see how we can raise the appropriate resources for that. But I think that really, in a sense, should lead to some amount of empathy when you begin to ask about some places being capped or uncapped, and measure it against, the potential cost of this that we have to do as a nation. And so we need to broaden the dialogue so that we are all on one page on certain issues, and we can argue on the margins. And I think in countries like Norway, 80% of the issues are shared between government and non-government in terms of opposition, and then we talk about the other things. But this is a classic example of choices and repurposing that we have to do. But as you are seeing, I think we have put more resources in the security agencies than other governments in a long while. The FOB is being built. and certainly the National Security Fund will be established and resourced in the coming year.
Yes. So, you may now ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It seems our colleagues today have left their questions only to us. Honorable nominee, in your response to questions on taxation, you seem to have suggested that there is a need for us to share the burden brought on the economy as a result of COVID. However, a careful analysis of various allocations to government machinery does not share in your suggestion. For example, I tried to look at the trend from 2016. Under your watch, the allocation to government machinery alone has increased by 937.73% over the 5 years. And this has been published in yesterday's edition of the BNFT. And quite apart from that, when you look at the allocations between 2020 and 2021, it also increased by 504.85%. This clearly does not show a mark of a government that is willing to share burden, or that is willing to cut down its own expenditure as a way of commensurating with the citizens who are being taxed. What would you say to that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The linking of taxes to OGM, I guess I'm not sure where that is, unless you are suggesting that the OGM is profligate and uses money in a way that does not support.
Not quite exactly. I'm only asking that with reference to what you said earlier, that the reasons for the introduction of the taxes is because we want to share the burden. But I'm saying that was, as a policy, you are willing for people to cut down their expenditure and pay more in taxes, government by itself or the OGM is not willing to reduce its own expenditure. And that is what I want you to respond to, Mr. Nominee.
Yeah, I think maybe a deeper analysis may require us to understand the responsibilities or new responsibilities that OGM has taken. Clearly, you can see the adjustments in the number of ministries that government is making, etc. So I think that would require some insight as opposed to isolated numbers as to exactly the increment in mandate and what it is that is happening. So yeah, I wouldn't, ascribe this to a disproportionate burden sharing as a policy, but truly, I think the burden sharing is something that we should all embrace and make sure that the transformation of our country goes on. But I will certainly examine that. Thank you.
As a quick follow-up to that, you will recall that sometime in 2020, there were several other ministries that were run at the presidency. For example, we have the Intercity and Zongo Development Ministries, we have the Business Development Ministry, we have the Monitoring and Evaluation. And all those ministries, as we speak now, are no more under your GM. And yet your allocation is increasing.
I mean, thank you very, very much for that. I think we should check our appendices for some of those. Yes, some of those are out, and certain other obligations, are being taken on. I mean, I think we have learned quite a bit between 2017 and 2020 with regards to effectiveness of execution, and therefore there are some areas of government work that will still need to be deployed to make sure that the President's vision is realized.
Honorable nominee, my second question was still. Oh no, it was a follow-up. It was just a follow-up. It was just a follow-up.
Do you want to ask?
It's still on. It's still on the.
So leave us to ask.
No, it's still on the taxation. Now, as a response to the imposition of these various taxes, it's been reported that Mr. John Ewa, who is a Chief Executive Officer for the Ghana Association of Bankers, has said that elsewhere, when such taxes are imposed, there is always time giving. I mean, some space, some breathing space given to businesses before we actually start implementing the collection of those taxes. What would be your response to that, given the fact that the same reasons why we are introducing these taxes also applies to those businesses? Their cost of operation has gone high. They are all victims of the COVID situation. So they are not isolated from the effects of COVID. So how would you respond to that, and how do you take their concerns into consideration in dealing with the tax issue with businesses?
Thank you very much. I think Mr. Ewa must know that usually when Parliament gives us a go-ahead for these, it doesn't take immediate action. So I'm not sure he's saying something new. And you also realize that we had a tax deductibility element for tourism and hotels, etc. So truly, I'm not sure, any citizen really has a lot more empathy than we have when we sit down and draw up the way forward for the nation, and therefore are very aware of the difficulties in industry, individuals, etc., before we put this together.
Honorable nominee, the last but one question has to do with the banking sector. The banking sector cleansing. Many watchers have described the banking sector cleansing as not wholly fair and not wholly in utmost good faith. And I'm citing one particular example with respect to Unibank.
What about it? Honorable member, you know that the issues first they are pending court, it's pending before arbitration, and Parliament has set a committee to investigate that. Can we leave those matters for those committees so we don't make prejudicial comments, right? So can we ask another question?
Very well considered. Well, I mean, the aspect that I was going to ask, I'm not sure would have prejudiced the outcome of that, but I concede, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, in presenting the 2020 budget statement, and this statement was presented before Parliament.
Mr. Chairman, could I take a bathroom break for 2 minutes?
Honourable members, the meeting is called back to order. Kindly resume your seats and let's continue. Hello, members. We are resuming. I should physically move. Mama apart. Very well. Where's the Honorable Susu?
He's done, I think.
Is he done?
Duel, are you ready?
Yes. Where's he? Very well. I'll meet another person so that when he comes, I'll allow him a few more minutes. Yes.
Why? Chairman, on your right, our members from government, no questions for Minister for Finance. I'm just asking out of curiosity and interest.
Very well.
Because Chairman will normally look to his right and to his left.
Well, wait, it's
so is here,
there's
Chairman.
no question on right. I shouldn't. Any question on my right?
No, Sosu is here. Are Musro.
Very well.
Are Musro.
Yes. Yes.
Chairman, I believe you indicated that you would give priority to ranking members who had to go and chair their committees.
Yes.
And chairman, well, I'm not aware if there are any chairman of committees on our side, but you did indicate you'd give priority to the ranking members.
Yes, I
and
did.
We're accommodating that. So I don't see anything out
Very well.
of the way in this.
Now let's continue. Yes, to conclude your questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, before the break, I was making reference to the budget statement you presented before this House on 13th November 2020, in which you promised categorically that 600 bed Kayaye hostel was to start in December. I took time to look at this year's budget and realized that it wasn't captured in this year's budget. My question is, are you really committed to this project? And if you are, what is the current status of that project? Because the Kayaye are still looking forward to this very important social intervention.
Well, what is that?
Yeah, the Minister, we're waiting for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let me check and get back to you with this as to how we have we intend to do that or realign that. So we will do that, and if it needs to be resolved, I think the media review might be a way in which we would accommodate that. I mean, I think the issue of the welfare status of KIA is important to us. But, you know, the challenge really, as I see it, with regards to our investment in the north, such as irrigation and agriculture, etc., is truly to reverse this trend. I don't think it's sustainable for us to be encouraging that. There are just too many human rights abuses. And the challenge that we have, I remember the president saying, you know, you almost have an imaginary line between Brown and Hartford coming through Volta, and we can't continue to create a country with these two divisions. So the question is, how do you turn the north not into the backwater of Ghana, but actually a destination? And this is where the irrigation issues that we are contemplating, the financing that we got from AFDB for larger farms are doing, the issue of international airport, so that suddenly you have a certain reversal. And I think that really strategically is what we should be looking at. And that is on the agenda for our Obatampa project in terms of investment that we are looking to the north. But I'll certainly look at this issue, and if we have neglected to do it, then to consider it in our half-year review.
Honourable Minister, that is very, very key, given the fact that what you just described would pass for either a medium-term or a long-term means of addressing the problem. As we speak today, there are KIA in and around Medina Market, there are KIA at Abu Blushi Market. They are giving birth to kids who are living in the same condition. So the inequality and the plight of this vulnerable group is so key. And it is said that if you want to measure a country's growth, you should also look at how they treat their most vulnerable populace. And I think these people need some closer attention when you eventually get a nod.
No, thank you very much. I think, you know, Mr. Chairman, when you look at the MPP as a right to center government, you know, the key issues are human capital. You know, in as much as you talk about it, it's the people that do that. And we as a government has invested in human capital, I believe, more than any other government. When you look at the free SHS, you look at planting for food, you look at LEAP, you look at school feeding, I mean, clearly that suggests a government with keen empathy to build its future. So we are no less, you know, concerned about that. And sometimes I feel that people are preaching to us while the statistics really indicate that our concern, budget allocation to these areas have been greater than most people.
Yes. John, you wanted to ask a question relating to?
I wanted to provide some information on the KIA project and to assist the nominee.
Well, if you couch it in such a way as that to a question, then fine. Otherwise, that's for information. You share it before here.
Okay, so, but once the question has been answered, it was under the Ministry of Business Development, and an award for the construction of the project was done. The problem was...
Ask him whether he's aware.
Yeah, okay. So, Honorable Minister, were you aware that the 600-bed capacity of the KIA project was awarded to a contractor under the then Ministry of Business Development? But the problem, the challenge was to do with the land. The the site for the land was around Kolebu traffic light. Let me finish. So I'm laying the foundation. The contention between AMA and Kolebu Teaching Hospital had to do with ownership of the land. So because...
Honorable Minister, are you aware that the project for the construction of the hostel being awarded, are you aware?
The Kayai hostel.
Mr. Chairman, I have not read the handover notes for that. But it seems encouraging because he's leading to an identification of a contractor, the usual bickering as to who owns land, and therefore maybe there might be an easier solution than we think. So what is the status of...
Will you intervene between Kolebu and AMA to ensure that an acceptable location of land or site is identified so that the project can be carried out?
I think I'll follow up. I mean, certainly this is Ministry of Works and Housing as an arbiter, and therefore we would encourage that to be done, given our own level of empathy with these issues. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Yaga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my three questions will focus on three areas. The first will focus on the PDS transaction, which has to do with the energy sector and the MCC, Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the effort to find private sector partners to intervene in the management of the retailing of electricity by ECG. The story is well known, and so this question doesn't give me the opportunity to repeat all the material facts which I believe all of us are aware of. But your own involvement as the finance minister towards the tail end of the transaction in trying to get the shares of the Ghanaian participants in the consortium to a special purpose vehicle. The resistance thereafter, and so many other things, the discovery that the guarantee which formed the basis of the transfer of the retailing infrastructure of ECG to the consortium, the concessionaires, the discovery that it was fake, and subsequently the decision of government to suspend the entire transaction. Ultimately, an announcement by the American government that the matter be independently investigated. We're still not aware of the conclusion of that investigation. But my real question is, in the process, Mr. Nominee, we lost an opportunity. We lost an opportunity to bring in over $500 million of private sector capital, $580 million of private sector capital to support ECG to be more efficient. And so I think that we've had to begin to fund that aspect of ECG's job. That has led to a ballooning of our debt, and I believe some of the taxes that we're having to introduce has some bearing on the failure of that transaction. The question really is, you were finance minister, and your handling of a transaction led us to lose an opportunity to be able to gain that kind of investment. You want to continue as finance minister. Why should we be very confident?
Thank you very much indeed. I think that's an excellent question. I think really we should premise this whole situation with an asset base and a security issue that is worth maybe $4 billion or dollars or so in terms of the value of what we were transferring. Now it is foolhardy when you realize that the conditions precedent, the conditions subsequent, and therefore ability for the concessionaire has a fake transaction in the middle, with the Americans also thinking that we can go through. First of all, let us understand that the transaction had begun before we came into government. The president looked at it. It's really a utility entity, 25-year concession, etc., where literally after you set good rates, profitability is assured. The president did not see any magic wand in which a foreign entity should have 80% of the value and a Ghanaian should have 20. So immediately he moved that to 51 for Ghanaians and 49 and for foreigners. There was a clear feeling that the Americans would not support that. He was insistent to do that. So that was right. Then we went on. Yes, I did write a letter in which we were insisting that there should be a special purpose vehicle to hold the Ghanaian shares, because if they held those shares individually, it would have been easy for the foreign company to align with one shareholder, and then the whole basis of maintaining this thing as Ghanaian-led would not happen. There were, I think, 3 companies left, BSC, Meralco, and EDF from France. BSC was disqualified on the basis of non-disclosure. It was a Chinese firm, American money. EDF, I think, was not happy with the Ghanaian dominance of that. And then Meralco turning into BTS had their Ghanaian shareholders. So I'm not sure whether characterizing it as a lost opportunity when you know that you are at the precipice and there's something wrong and you fail to have the courage to be able to pull back to fight another day. I think you can maybe even link it to the issue of the banking crisis where the asset quality reviews were done. It was clear that the banks were going to collapse, and there was a lack of resolve in being able to do that. So a certain boldness, and I think government should be praised to know that even at whatever level or whatever time an incident occurs, that will be prejudicial to the protection of our assets, we pull back. And we haven't done anything in 2020 because it's 2020 really is not the year to resolve such issues. So the issue is postponement, Mr. Chairman, and not a lost opportunity. And I dare say that with the Obatampa program and the whole reorientation of invitation of outsiders to come into the private sector space, we stand to do a better transaction in future.
Chairman, it looks like the nominee doesn't trust us enough to take our water. Is he, you know, just to, I've been taking my water because, so just to, if he can get some more water or he brings his own. I've been taking my water.
Oh, please.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, well, we take water once in a while, just to be, you know, just to be sure that he's safe to take our water.
Very well. Honorable, please continue.
Yes, he's safe to take our water.
Mr. Minister nominee, the question really is, you had absolute control over the management of the transaction, i.e. Government of Ghana and MCC Corporation, which was passed pursuant an act of Parliament of Ghana, a subsidiary. You took over the project. You decided to realign the shareholding. Changing it from 49.51 is definitely praiseworthy. So you were praised for doing that. But you haven't been able to implement the transaction. That's the point. Why would we praise you? Because a transaction that you were absolutely in control of ran into a crisis, threatened to lose us a strategic asset, and you pulled the plug, and then you want us to praise you. How is that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused because I think your deep knowledge of this transaction asserted that there was something fake about the guarantee that was coming. So as you look at such a strategic asset, security implications, it's, you know, you put runners on the field and one jump starts and run and you say that you, the referee, have failed. I don't know that. I think it should be quite clear, as you said, that yes, we changed it from 80 to 51, and that was a good thing for us. We looked at the non-compliance of the conditions subsequent, and it wasn't clear that it was going to happen, and we had the courage to pull. I think that is good. Do we have time to redo it? Yes. Is the 580 million or more lost? We don't know that for a fact. I think we are in a better situation to reassess and come back to market. So that would be my characterization of a government that really protects its assets.
Now I have one on PDS. Chairman, if you tolerated me. Minister, PDS, just as the Honorable Ayarga have observed, we lost a golden opportunity to allow for private participation in the operations of ECG and to allow for new impetus that allowed for more efficiency in the delivery of their services apart from the $190 million that are lost. My follow-up is to, you have an idea what the state of the PDS account is and how much is in the account and whether there's been any reconciliation of the account with PDS. Then related to it, Chairman, is did you ever officially write to PDS and give them an opportunity to correct any of the matters that were brought to your attention relating to fraud in terms of the bank guarantee? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, you know the issues of PDS to a certain degree are in court, and I'm sure we will resolve those, at the appropriate time. But I think we did the right thing. I'm not sure that any Ghanaian should be having much empathy for them not being able to meet their conditions subsequent, and that is a good thing that we have it back in our fold to be able to come back another day in the way with the learnings that we have had and going forward.
Yeah. Mr. Nominee, similarly, in the famously Ajapa deal, the gold royalties monetization transaction, the gold royalties monetization transaction, similarly, I say similarly because that is also a concept and a policy which you inherited from the previous regime and tried to actualize, and it fell through. It fell through because the president decided not to pursue the transaction again. When it has been discussed, it tends to revolve around an opinion written by Martin Amidu, and you've vigorously tried to say, look, Martin's opinion was written without regard to the right of your team to a fair hearing on the issues that he tried to raise. Granted that. But ultimately, the president decided not to pursue the transaction. Is at that time, president decided not to pursue the transaction at that time, even though he's announced again that we should revisit the transaction. Now, with that failure again to implement an instrument that from the analysis was going to likely raise about $1 billion for us, front-loaded for investment and then later on to be recovered through our shares in the various mining companies. With that failure again, why should you continue as finance minister?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I think I take a great reservation with the issue of failure when the honorable member knows the facts of why there's a change in direction. I don't think we should encourage that. Besides, with regards to Ajapa, I think we have made it clear that the issue of the use of our resources have been less than optimal. Mr. Chairman, we know that foreign people are giving concessions. They are able to put red herring together and raise money on international markets and not necessarily even bring those resources to Ghana. Why should Ghana not do that? It's a fundamental question. Now the question then is, if we agree that we are moving into this equity space, what is the process that we take? The president is saying that we should go to the AG and resubmit that. And so we as a nation should really discuss, these type of leveraging transactions which are to our benefit and supports a diversification from that. So it is not a failure. I think you also alluded rather softly to, well, you did not have a fair trial. I think that's fundamental to human rights. And there's no way this House should even tolerate accepting and then quoting from that when the rights of Ghanaians have not been put in there. And you put a document of that there to create hatred and create a sense of insecurity for all of us. And that is wrong. I think we should mind our words, because words do matter, and it can lead to an erosion of aspiration for our people, and feel that certain things that we should begin to contemplate to be able to. Look, imagine that we have this royalties company, which maybe in 20, 30 years becomes a $30 billion company. We have 49% or 51 or 52%, whatever, north of 50% of it. Imagine putting that balance sheet to the Bank of Ghana. What then happens? You immediately, literally have a reserve currency, which changes your economies. This whole issue of currency depreciation, etc. And we have these assets sitting because the language that we have as a nation does not embolden anyone to be able to examine these things. I think that's important. We cannot go on this way, and we need to find a way. Yes, if I did not consult chiefs or etc., let's do that. If Parliament really went through the MIF Act in a good way, for them, if we read the Hansard, it was a very spirited debate in which we got an act. Now, if we are talking about agreements that supposedly were too fast, well, that's a different issue. Okay? If you talk about Jersey and why are you in Jersey, there are reasons for that. Talo, Vodafone, etc. are there. So those can be cured. But let's not kill the possibility of us as a nation rising beyond others. So I really beg to differ on the characterization of failure on major transactions that will send our country forward.
My last question, Mr. Chairman. My last question. You have been extolling your performance starting from Kantamanto and working with partners to build financial institution that today is managing close to $1 billion worth of resources. You are finance minister. I mean, you were finance minister for 4 years, and you're seeking to become finance minister again. And that financial institution has featured in a number of transactions in which the government is involved. It started featuring even before you became finance minister, granted, under most governments. And now you are finance minister, and that financial institution continues to feature in major financial transactions, especially now that we are borrowing a lot. We are borrowing a lot from the international financial market, and that institution, Data Bank, is involved enormously in the process. People have raised questions about conflict of interest. Constitution frowns on conflict of interest, and we public officers position ourselves in such a way that our personal interests conflict with our public responsibilities. Can you brief us on how you are managing your relationship with the financial institution in such a way that the perception of a likelihood of conflict of interest is demystified and addressed in people's minds?
Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think it's you know, it's a problem that, of course, may be taken advantage of, or you may look at the minister. Such is not the way in which he operates. But I think in the end, Honorable Chair, I think it's up to Parliament to get our Public Services Act or something passed, so that there's clarity on that. U.S. Investment bankers are usually chosen as Treasury secretaries, etc. So the problem will continue in which expertise outside of the political cycle may be invited to the finance ministry, and we need to protect and encourage such international expertise. I suspect if we look at what the ministry has done with regards to enhancing our ratings, reducing the interest rates when we go to the Eurobond market, that's just phenomenal savings that are relevant. So I think it's a responsibility of the House to really protect that ministry and encourage experts to participate. But the issue that you have raised, for example, if Parliament was telling the world that, look, these guys have been doing this since 2007, first to do it, they've done it with every government, then it's a non-issue. Now, if somebody wants to politicize it, of course it's an issue, you know. But I think that the truth of the matter and the idea of supporting indigenous Ghanaian firms, the idea of encouraging people with expertise to come in government should be front and center as we look at this, or as we may be denying the nation some expertise that may be relevant to the future. But yes, in my situation, I truly do not engage in these sort of procurement transactions as we think, you know, broadly on the economic freedom, the space for people, our international relationship to make sure that we get the best deal. So I can give you my commitment as to what we do. I certainly have not been on the boards of data banks since maybe 2014 or 2012, retired from that. But, you know, I think we built two great companies and would encourage people to do that.
Very well. We've done 2 hours now. We'll bring proceedings, suspend proceedings. We'll resume in 2 hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Vision of Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah in building national cohesion and cementing bonds of coexistence by the boarding school policy he championed. My fear is that if we do not pay due regard, Mr. Speaker, to the current deterioration, all those gains which have spared Ghana ethnic conflict and identity tensions shall be eroded. I thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very useful statement, which has to do with the present circumstances surrounding an individual person who has a Rasta hair seeking entry into the Achimota Senior High. Mr. Ghana has traveled far. Our democracy, our forbearance, our determination to be Ghanaian and allow for free choice, free religion has taken place at a very high level. It is a big question for us to answer when the Achimota Senior High is refusing entry of this individual who qualified and got 6 to be able to enter and pursue his ambition. Mr. Speaker, the issue of dreadlock is not a new one at all. We remember in the 1930s, this very singular individual from Jamaica, Marcus Garvey, who campaigned a lot to free the Africans from the mentality held by the Americans in holding the African, the black person, in a second regard. He campaigned and said they needed to go back to Africa, and he preached the need for them to wear their original hair, which is the dreadlock. Mr. Speaker, we also noticed that in the Bible, Samson carried the dreadlock, and indeed, Bob Marley in recent times in the 70s carried the dreadlock. And this culminated into a general perception that carrying a dreadlock is a message we send to the individual watching the person carrying it. But eventually, Mr. Speaker, it became an issue of religion. A belief in people that when you carry the dreadlock, you carry your whole system into the spirituality. And so, once it has entered into being a lifestyle of no religious value to one of religious value, it must be understood as such. And I ran along with the maker of the statement that we have come a long way in Ghana to allow or to disallow this idea of carrying the dreadlock in our schools. Mr. Speaker, it's important that we should come to the point when we really live our dream. The dream in today's Ghana from 1992, reflecting the constitution of our republic, is that people should be allowed to reflect their being, whether religiously, spiritually, physically, in any form that does not contradict the values of our constitution. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe very strongly that we will be doing a lot of harm to the individual and to all those people who will be carrying
their religious beliefs into entering our schools. We must forbear them. We must come to understand that it's part of our lives. We must agree that Achimota alone cannot carry that belief into the system and refuse to allow such a person into the school. And that Achimota represents the very cardinal point of our educational institutions, that it is one of the first in Ghana recognized as providing education to the people of Ghana. And so they must remember that their rules cannot contradict the rules of the Constitution and allow the gentleman to enter. And that all other schools must also allow such gentlemen who carry dreadlocks into their schools, because it reflects the cordiality that we want to bring into the educational forum. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Parliament bringing out a voice and asking that the Constitution be respected must send a signal to them. And I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I urge my friends who are contributing to recognize the need, urge the educational authorities and especially Achimota Secondary School to allow the young person into the school. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Honorable member for question meeting.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this important issue. And I thank the maker of the statement for bringing this matter up to this August House. Right, Honorable Speaker, the maker of the statement cites very important constitutional provisions, which rightly guarantees children the right to education, and also the issue of discrimination against children, people on the basis of gender, race, color, ethnic origin, religion, and other social and economic status. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue must be looked at from different perspectives. Rightly, the Constitution guarantees children and guarantees everybody the right to education. But there are certain conditions within which these rights should be exercised. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is for this reason that, for example, children's liberty are curtailed, liberty or right to movement are curtailed within the context of boarding house system. Article 14(1) specifies the conditions under which liberty of children or the right to education years. Right, Honorable Speaker, so it's clear that the people have rights, children have right to education, but these rights and liberty are exercised within the confines of the law, and particularly in respect of education. We have curtailed the liberty of children from going out of movement, their freedom of movement, because of this imperative. Children are required to wear a certain dress because of this imperative. Mr. Speaker, rules and regulations are created for order presentation and to ensure that people live within a certain norm. So in this House, Mr. Speaker, there are standing orders and rules and regulations that specify even how we should dress. Yesterday, I saw a colleague who had a tie with no suit, and he was asked to go and dress properly or dress parliamentary in a parliamentary manner, which then, if we want to stress the argument of the maker to the extent that how does your hairstyle determine the content of your character, one would ask, how does your dressing in parliament determine the content of your character? it is for the purpose of ensuring that there are certain norms that are followed in the house. In the schools, people from all backgrounds come to the school, and for the purpose of discipline, the school set regulations. And so there's a clash between the right of the child and then also the right that are curtailed by our constitution in respect of education. And Mr. Speaker, I think this will be an important test if our court can provide a definitive position on this, because the schools themselves are also operating or operationalizing their rules and regulations under the expectations and imperatives of the Constitution. The Ghana Education Service has clearly espoused certain rules and regulations for which the schools are pursuing. And the parents have also raised concerns that the children are being discriminated against on the basis of beliefs. Right, Honorable Speaker, if we were to go along that tangent, next year you will see a number of people also coming with different forms of dressing, also under the guise of their religious beliefs and religious expectations. So I think that the position of the school should be looked at within the context of Article 14(1)(e), and then also the right of the child also, which Act 560 also talks about, needs also to be looked at. So there's a clash, clearly, between the right of the child under the Enabling Children's Act and also under Act 14(1)(e), which requires that the children should, or children of less than 18 years should their right of liberty be curtailed under certain conditions. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute on this motion. Thank you.
Honorable Jameson Agago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by my brother, the Honorable Samofudi Ablakwa. Mr. Speaker, the maker of the statement has touched on very important constitutional matters before this august House. Mr. Speaker, first of all, he has alluded to Article 17 of the Constitution, which talks about non-discrimination on the basis of one's creed, one's religion, etc., etc. Then he further takes us to Article 24(4), which is very explicit on the matter which informed his decision to make this all-important statement. Mr. Speaker, and 24(4) clearly states, and with your kind permission, no child shall be deprived by any other person of medical treatment, education, or other social or economic. No, sorry, that is the wrong provision. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the 28(4), and it reads as follows: no child shall be deprived by any other person of medical treatment, education, or any other social or economic benefit. Reason only of religious or other beliefs, unquote. Mr. Speaker, I have been following the debate that has ensued in the wake of the decision taken by the Achimoto School in the face of a clear directive by the Ghana Education Service. Mr. Speaker, the earlier directive of the Ghana Education Service was that a decision by the Achimota School authorities not to admit students on the basis of the fact that they are Rastafarians was wrong. Mr. Speaker, what is Rastafarianism? Rastafarianism is a religion with many followers across the African continent and other continents, including the Americas and even Europe in recent times. Some of the basic underpinnings of the Rastafarian faith is that the late Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia is the reincarnation of Jesus Christ. That is the religious belief of the Rastafarian community. As a country, Mr. Speaker, we must be tolerant of the religious beliefs of those who subscribe to that faith. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the tenets of that faith is the wearing of locks. And so, if Achimota School and its authorities denied, and that is the case, the students in question admission on the basis of the wearing of locks against Article 17 and 24(4) of our Constitution. The matter is as simple as that. And so, Mr. Speaker, the question to ask is, now that this statement has been read before this House, it has been admitted, what should be the attitude of the House? Fortunately, the Minister for the Education is here with us. The reversal of the earlier decision by the Ghana Education Service itself, Mr. Speaker, was completely misplaced. And so now that we are seized with the matter, I would urge, Mr. Speaker, not to allow the statement to pass without making a directive to ensure that the proper thing is done. Mr. Speaker, I have read on social media some attempts by the PTA chairman of Achimota School to distinguish between the meted out to the students who have been denied admission into that school and Caucasian students who are allowed to wear long hair and attend the same school. The lame excuse the PTA chairman gives for the, Mr. Speaker, discriminatory treatment of our own Ghanaians, that the Caucasians attend the school for a limited duration, that they come on exchange programs for a very short period of time and go back. Mr. Speaker, the same PTA chairman also says in the report on GhanaWeb that occasionally on medical grounds, some students are allowed to wear long hair. So clearly what the PTA chairman does is to concede, like the Articles 24(8) says, that on medical grounds, if you discriminate a student against his right to education, you sin against the Constitution. He is canvassing that as justification why some students, category of students, should be allowed to wear their long hair, but completely sweeps under the carpet the religious aspect, the religious dimension to the enjoyment or exploitation of that right. Mr. Speaker, therein lies the problem. And so, that, Mr. Speaker, this House gives a clear directive, or we direct the Minister for the Education to investigate the matter, establish all the facts, and take appropriate action to ensure that the rights of those students, which clearly has been violated, like I have demonstrated, is respected. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
And give the... Is it Battles?
Yes, please.
Ablikuma.
Ablekuma North.
North. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I would like to the discussion on the Rastafarian child that was refused admission to Achimota School. And I speak also as an old student of Achimota School and a beneficiary of the ideals and values that Achimota School holds. I believe that when the student got admission to this school, he had already looked at this school and determined that it is a school that will help him to achieve his goals in life. That is because Achimota School, since its establishment in 1957, has been known as one of the best schools in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Achimota School, which we fondly call Motown, is a school that teaches educational curriculum just like at home we learn our family values. Each school has what is important to them, and this is prescribed in our code of conduct. I believe that an institution like Achimota School has educational leaders or those who are responsible for the students at a time when they are just about turning teenagers or they have just become teenagers. And as parents, we know that it is very difficult to manage teenagers. Most of us who stayed home during the COVID era with our children, in fact, it got to a time when we wanted them to go back to school. So the environment of secondary school is different from the home environment. First, allow rules and regulations to work. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we all agree that we are in an evolving society. There are so many things that were relevant in 1957 which are no more relevant today. There are so many things, especially in the area of technology, that has advanced the way we do things. Mr. Speaker, secondary school is a place where we learn a lot. In fact, we all know that education is meant to change us for our own good and also for the good of others and society. Now, in our school regulations, I will quote a song that is relevant to Achimota School, a song that we sing, which is from Gambaga to Accra. In a line of this song, so to subjugate ourselves that we may rule. It means that we bring ourselves under domination or control of the school regulations so that we can become leaders. Because as we all understand, a good leader is one who learns how to serve. Mr. Speaker, Achimota teaches us leadership by service. And that is the reason why most of us, when we were interested in joining this school, we agreed to subject ourselves to the code of conduct of Achimota School. However, with this issue about who performed excellently in school, and for that reason wanted to be admitted into the school, but has been refused entry, has brought a lot of debate. Even my school is split. Many Accras have discussed this on various platforms, and one of my mates said to me when I asked him, "What do you think?" His name is Richard Papo, and I quote Richard Papo, "Accras are split. The nation is split. It appears even the law is split. School does not gel with the values that we hold at home. But then when we are at home, we have the control to teach our children what is important to us. But at school, we must allow the school environment to teach what is also the values that the school holds. Now the question is whether the values of the school are negotiable or non-negotiable. If a child comes to school and he has to spend a lot of hours washing his hair, using chemicals that he has to store, and also spending a lot of time he could be using to learn to treat his hair, will this take away from the time that the boy needs to learn? Our rule says that it must be low, the hair must be kept low, simple, and natural. Now the question is whether this affects the boy's ability to learn or not. Mr. Speaker, just as the nation is split, I hold the opinion that this conversation must be looked at again by the Ghana Education Service. It is not a straightforward answer, because as a country, we must move forward. And the opinions are divided, and rightly so. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Ministry of Education and all other relevant bodies to come together and look at the Code of Conduct for public schools again. Because we must not be ruled by fear, Mr. Speaker. We must not feel that we are losing control because we are allowing certain new things to come in. Mr. Speaker, let us start this conversation without bias, because our children need to feel confident. My daughter, who has benefited from the free SHS that His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo brought into Ghana, she's currently in her second year. She kept her hair long and beautiful until she had to cut her hair when she went to SHS 1. I saw her confidence go down because she didn't like the way she looked. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation that we must have. And if it is possible, can we make sure that the children have an opportunity to keep their hair instead of imposing the rule of keeping their hair short? Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let us remember that we are different as people. We may not all look the same, we may not all talk the same, and people may not look like us or worship like us. We must decide that in our diversity, we have our uniqueness. We must not encourage conformity, because that is what brings us the value that we have as a people in the development of our country. We must also recognize the tough job of educationists and remember that in as much as we support all the rules and regulations of schools, we must make our children also comfortable learning in the environment of excellence, such as what Achimota School provides to our children. So to end, Mr. Speaker, Achimota School teaches us that we are brothers and our mother is the school. She will guide us all and each, so to learn that we may teach, and to subjugate ourselves that we may rule. If you look at our logo, which is a piano, it has black and white, and it means that all
Honorable member.
Thank you,
Please wind up.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we have so many things to do today. Let him give the opportunity to leaders. Mr. Speaker, I'll come to you. Let me give it to.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to contribute to the statement by the Member for Parliament for North Tongue and congratulating such an important statement. Right Honourable Speaker, the question we should ask ourselves is, are we more interested as a country about the knowledge we impart into young men and women who will form the next generation of leaders? Or are we interested in what they carry on their head? Mr. Speaker, is there any scientific proof to show that carrying your hair low is correspondent with being a responsible citizen? Mr. Speaker, being a Rastafarian and listening to one of the students in question, it is shocking that any school would want to deprive such an intelligent young man the opportunity to further his education. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 17(2) is clear that nobody shall be discriminated on any grounds. Why is he carrying dreadlocks? Is it a fashion statement or is it as a result of a religious belief? Our understanding is that it's as a result of a religious belief. Are we then going to say that the rules and regulations of Achimota School supersede the 1992 Constitution? We cannot accept this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that in this chamber, there are several members of Parliament who, but for the stigma or the action we are seeing today to this student, would have loved to come to this chamber in dreadlocks. Because I believe that even the majority leader and leader of government business is a Rastafari inside of him. But God has taken away his dreadlocks. But for that, he could possibly have been a Rastaman. Because who is a Rastaman? A Rastaman is someone who believes in the equality of all men. A Rastaman is someone who believes in nature. And so at the end of the day, if this is the basis of Rastafarianism, except the majority leader doesn't believe in the equality of all men, I do not understand why.
Honourable member, hold on.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let my honourable friend who is on his feet have better examples and not draw me into this. Mr. Speaker, we all believe in nature. We all believe in nature. But not all of us believe in Rastafarianism. So the fact that it is at the heart of whatever it is. Because you don't know the full complement of what Rastafarianism stands for. You don't. And don't pretend you know. So don't draw us into it. You are making your own argument. Restrict yourself to what you know. Don't draw other people into it. Especially when you are not in control of the full facts relating to Rastafarianism. You are not.
Right, if you want us to debate the full facts and merits of Rastafarianism, we could go into that. But for me, the point I seek to make here, which is very simple, is the gentleman is carrying dreadlocks not as a fashion statement. Yes, that is a fact that has been made. He has ascribed to the Rastafarian religion. And so carrying dreadlocks cannot be seen as a reason why a child should be deprived an education in this country. Mr. Speaker, it is this kind of discrimination, and I call it discrimination because the same Achimota School has Caucasians, white girls, carrying long hair, which is against the rules and regulations of Achimota School. So we need to ask ourselves, is it because this young man is a Ghanaian whose father or mother may not be a somebody in our society? Is that why he's being treated that way? Whilst in that same school, you have foreign students, you have non-Ghanaians, Caucasians, also carrying long hair in the same school. So where was Achimota's rules and regulations when the foreign students were allowed to carry long hair. The headmistress, who is herself, is wearing an artificial wig. But we think that it is wrong for someone to carry dreadlocks. So, Mr. Speaker, it must ignite a new debate, a larger debate in this country. We are stuck in our colonial thinking and mentality. That is why you still have, respectfully, our judges of the Supreme Court and lawyers having to appear wearing horse wigs, which are a relic of the colonial past. That is why today, Mr. Speaker, you will hardly see a Speaker of Parliament, except on a ceremonial, sit in that chair without wearing a suit and a tie, and not wear any of our African fugus or African dresses or Ghanaian dresses. We need to expand this conversation, but I believe that it's good that the Education Minister is here. Mr. Speaker, we will invite a definitive directive or ruling on this matter, because this boy or these boys are students, they are citizens. We must respect Article 17(2) and also respect Article 21 of the Constitution, and make the distinction, Mr. Speaker, that these students' right to a fair education must be respected by Chimota School. I thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership.
Speaker, I would rather yield to the Sector Minister, the Minister for Education.
Leader, you can yield to somebody else. I will allow the Sector Minister to conclude.
Okay, then I would rather yield to my deputy, the Honorable Habib.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think this is a very serious and a very delicate issue, considering the fact that it involves parents, it involves the students. The Constitution has made it clear, as Honorable rightly said, in Article 17(2), in Article 28(4), and in Article 21(1). But considering the fact that everybody has the right to go to school and to be admitted, and with this computerized system, it is not like previously, how there used to be a face-to-face interaction of students and admission officers in various secondary schools, so that you'll be able to have a first-hand interaction with the student before admitting the student. Now we have a computerized system where students can be sent to any school, and at the moment, these very students have been sent to Chimota School. But the debate has gone beyond this Rastafarians. Now it has gone to other schools, also rejecting Muslim students who are also in veils, which is also a problem when you come to look at the Constitution that states that everybody, whether your religion, irrespective of your religion, you should be allowed to be educated. So I think the best way to go, as the Minister of Education is here, is for the authorities of the school to sit down with the parents of the students so that they will come into a conversation. Because the child cannot be denied admission on the basis of wearing a long hair. Equally, the school authorities to rules and regulations on the conduct of the students too cannot also be undermined. So it is an open conversation that the students, parents, and the authorities of the students of the school should be able to come to talk, discuss this issue. If you look at Ghana, Ghana is one of the first countries to have ratified the Convention on the Right of the Child, and it has made it clear that the child has the right to education. So for the fact that you are having a long hair, even though I disagree with what Honorable the Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram said, which is actually, in my own view, contravene our standing orders when he described the headmistress of also wearing an artificial long hair. I think that it is in breach of Order 93-2, because that is not a very good made against the headmistress of the school. The person is not here, and when you make such statement, it is attacking the person's personality, and it is completely uncalled for. So I would rather conclude by actually saying that there is more to this Rastafarianism. Rastafarianism is a social movement, and it is how you be able to interpret what the social movement is. So on this note, I'll call on the Minister of Education, who will be making a statement, and the Ghana Education Service, NAGRAT, and the school authorities to have a roundtable discussion, because I strongly believe that the children 9 their right to admission into the school. Likewise, the school authorities' laws and code of conduct should also not be undermined. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let him give opportunity to First Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, very Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this discussion. First, the statement by a member of the floor. I didn't listen to the statement myself, but I had the opportunity to listen to contributions by colleagues. And indeed, I followed discussions in the media, mainstream media, and the social media on this issue, which originally started as a local issue, but is now becoming national because it generated discussion across the country. First, I'm worried when we interpret the refusal of Achimota School to admit the young man into the school as a denial of his right to education. I beg to differ. Now, every young Ghanaian person has a right to enter Achimota School, but it is only those who attain a certain pass mark who are allotted that school. It doesn't mean that those who do not attain those pass marks have been denied the rights to school at Achimota. No. So the condition is that the young man has been offered admission at Achimota School, having obtained the appropriate grade. The only thing is that the school has rules and regulations. You can use this school for your training if you abide by these rules and regulations. Does that amount to denying him or the young man a right to education? That is the question we must answer. He has participated, he has qualified, he has actually been sent to that school. Achimota School as well. This school, our Board of Governors has made these rules, and you must comply with them. If you choose not to comply with them, I don't think it should lie in your mouth to say that I have been denied education. Achimota School is one of the schools in the country. There may be others which may be willing to overlook. Those are the rules made by the governors, the school. I was not fortunate to obtain admission to any of those big schools. But even in my small job in secondary school, my headmaster, Mr. Daniel Atakra, may so rest in peace, was so strict on wearing your shirt and buttoning up to the one before necktie, dismissed if you did not button up to the necktie. That was the rules of the school. And they always put there, a breach of common sense is a breach of school rule. That's how the school was brought up. And students in that school were brought up. But I also get worried about the attempt to rope in Rastafarianism as a religion. If we do, then we complicate the matters for the young man. The reason is this. If you study Rastafarianism, it involves the smoking of weed. It includes the smoking of weed. And weed is an illegal substance. It is not a substance that is permitted to be smoked. So, indeed, if you recall, in this house, in this house. One of the persons that have been brought before this house for contempt of parliament was one person claiming to be a Rastafarian who was on air and said that members of parliament smoke weed. He was brought in this house, he was put before the privileges committee, and he was found guilty of contempt of parliament. He was brought here and he was made to apologize and told to go and say no more in this house. Now, I think that references to religion and so on may complicate the matters for the young man. If you looked at it from the point of view of, does Achimota School have the right to prescribe a way of dressing a parent for its school, including hairstyle? If you look at it plainly from that point of view, we can discuss the matter across board. And I hold no opinion on that one. Just that, if you bring in religion, I'm afraid that we complicate the matters. For those of you who are lawyers, you may have a particular case which was popular. I always remember Professor Kwame Nahoi when we come to that case, called Kwame Nahoi versus the Republic. It was a sect. They say they have found the tree of life. And members were encouraged to smoke the weed as part of their worship, the tree of life. They were arrested, prosecuted, and was found guilty. Later he appealed and he said, well, I know I've heard of weed as a banned substance, but what I have found is I didn't know it was weed. So the issue became whether ignorance of fact, whether it's an offense. Ignorance of law is known to be no defense, but ignorance of fact, that whether you don't know, if you don't know that this is weed and you smoke it, you can be accused of smoking weed. So let's not get into those battles anymore. Let's focus on, is Achimota School entitled to make rules and regulations as it is? Is the governing board the authority that has the power to make the rules as have been stated? If so, is that the appropriate arrangement we want for our country? But I think it only gives us an opportunity to probably review some of the things we have held there, some of the things we have allowed to fester over the years. But by and large, encouraging discipline and obeisance to rules is extreme. Honourable members, Mr. Speaker, looking around us, one of the least things Ghanaians do is voluntarily obeying rules. You can look at what happens here in our office block. You see there boldly printed, MPs only. Nobody respects that rule. You look around here, everywhere the rules are clearly stated, no parking, they will park there. So we should look at it from that point of view also. Are we going to encourage this respect for rules? If not, is that appropriate rule? I always have a problem. If you don't agree with the rules, change it. But if it's a rule, then you're bound. Mr. Speaker, my view is that this matter has engaged the country for too long. It is a critical individual matter. We are making it a national issue. It is important for the young man, but I think that the GES and the ministry should be left to manage it locally. Let's think big. This country has way so many important things to discuss. Let's think big and focus on the bigger things. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me give the final opportunity to the Sector Minister to react and to take cognizance of the fact of the raging debate going on in the country and what has transpired here. But before then, I would like to direct that sitting be extended. It's getting to 2 o'clock. Minister, you can take on.
Honourable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I commend my honourable colleague, Honourable Samuel Kudeta Blakwa of North Tongu for the well-researched and eloquently presented statement. Mr. Speaker, Achimota has been a beacon of hope for many young men and women. Achimota has been defined by its history of inclusion. Achimota is the school that travels around the length and breadth of Ghana recruiting students. And they have a story to tell of how Achimota changed them and made them leaders who have led this country and led their families, led their communities, and have done a fantastic job in various professions. Achimota is defined by a history of inclusion, history that has given hope to many, as I have said. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Education Service provides opportunity for all students to blossom and to have quality education. Mr. Speaker, I understand the argument that is raging in this country. I can understand where everyone is coming from in terms of the convictions that they have for or against the debate that we are talking about. But Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that Ghana Education Service, within the shortest possible time, is going to lay out specific guidelines for head of schools as to how we proceed in this environment. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that meetings have been had, others are ongoing, the ministry facilitating to make sure that our students operate in an environment where they give up their best, not just to themselves but to this nation. Mr. Speaker, the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has directed great investment to be made by this country in education of students who have benefited from free senior high school. But that is an access issue. He is now looking at quality. We're talking about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM centers being built across the country, the curriculum being changed to reflect computing, and other important aspects of work in school. That is what this government is about, and this government is about ensuring that education becomes that vehicle for socio-economic transformation, and that Ghana competes just like any country in this world. That is what has preoccupied us at the Ministry of Education, that we can bring the President's vision into reality, that we will be able to increase the gross tertiary enrollment by 2030 to 40%. That is our major preoccupation. Any other thing that comes up, we'll make sure that the distraction is removed and that students can learn and that teachers can teach and that parents will have the peace of mind to also guide their students. So, Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the ministry is not sleeping at the wheel. The ministry is on top of this and will come to a conclusion that Ghanaians will respect. But I appeal to all that let us, irrespective of our emotions about this, let us calm down and understand Achimota, that great institution, has been an institution of inclusion and has never been an institution of exclusion. And Achimota will live up to its great expectation of educating the leaders of Ghana. It will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. So I want every Ghanaian to understand that at the end of the day, the vision of Achimota will forever live on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Statement time is ended. Honorable Leader, indication.
Speaker, if we may go back to item 6, presentation of papers, and then we take 6E, 6I, and 6H, I should say 6H, and then 6I. Speaker.
Item number 6, presentation of papers. Page 4. Item number E. The chairman.
Report of the Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2021.
The report is duly presented and is for distribution to members. Page 5, item number H. Honorable Chairman.
Speaker, we can go on next to 6H.
All right. The same P5, 6H. Honorable Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development for the year ending 31st December 2021.
The report is for distribution to members. Now,
Speaker, we can take, with your permit, 6I after HI.
Item number 6I, page 5. The chairman.
Report of the Joint Committee on Gender and Children and Employment, Social Welfare and State Enterprises on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and it is for distribution to members.
Speaker, if we may go back to 6C.
Item 6C, page 4. Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Trade and Industry for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report is duly presented and is for distribution to the members.
Speaker, we can also take, I've just been informed by the chair, we can also take 6A. A for Adam.
Honorable members, 6A, page 3. The chairman.
Reports of the Committee on Works and Housing on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Works and Housing ending 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented and it is for distribution to honorable members. Honorable Leader, any indication?
Speaker, with your permit, we can suspend for 2 hours, if you permit, Speaker.
Right Honourable Speaker, we have no objection to that.
Honorable members, the House is accordingly suspended for 2 hours. Sitting has been suspended for 2 hours. The time it's 2 o'clock and we are coming here exactly 4 o'clock.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
My advice to the motorists, pedestrians, drivers on our roads today is to be patient. Patience. Even the Bible says, let patience have its perfect work, that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing. If you have patience on our road, be patient enough to cross the road when you're about to cross. Be patient enough when you're driving and you get to the zebra crossing. Be patient enough when you're using the motorbike, when you get to the traffic light. Be patient. Be patient on the motorway. When we are patient like that, we'll get to our destination safely and we will lack no one. We will lack nothing. We will lack nothing. No soul will be lost. No life will be lost. Don't let someone's divine purpose come to an end. Don't let someone die prematurely because of your impatience. Please, let's renew our minds and be patient. My name is Yaosiki. Do the right thing, save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.